I would like to welcome all the viewers on the stream. Hello. Okay, now you're welcomed. Buongiorno, buongiorno. If you read the title of the stream, it says tuning Ketria cards. So we're gonna take another look at the Ketria cards. And actually, I began thinking about it because Adam posted a deck list in the Discord, which kind of aligns with my thoughts mostly. Does play a whooping 17 monsters, just many threats. That kind of makes sense. It plays 6 removal, 3 spell pierce, no mana leak. And nice tutor targets. And it doesn't ruin its mana with main deck Brosejus or whatnot. Skips run entirely to Orvar. I do think that mana leak is actually not a card you want to play. So that's a good first step. I do think this deck also wants to play a mana base that is not insulting. How they have it saved? How they name it? Temur? Ketria? Bros, I don't know. Ketria? Scapeship? No. Temur cards? Probably is what I... Yes, Temur cards. Hello, Durset. Welcome to the stream. And it is true that Tarmogoyf was actually a giga impressive card. Yellow had went 5-0 in one league. There's nothing left to tune. I agree. I'll play 2 Rens. Canister, do you think you could have beat Argentina if you focus on your football career instead of MTG? You mean me versus the entire squad? That seems not fair. I don't think I could beat the entire squad of footballers. I think beating anyone from the Argentina representation would also be a tough sell, I think. This title hurts me. You think there's nothing left to tune? I think there are still places to fix something. I'm gonna play Island Mountain. I'm gonna play a forest in the sideboard. That's why I'm gonna play with 4 Misties, because this deck it's gonna need a forest to function from. Does it? I don't know actually. We can try forest in the sideboard, and then if you won't like it, then it's gonna be okay. Well, you would have to train instead of playing MTG, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I train for years, and who knows, but I don't know about it. So yeah, quarterly you're gonna have 4 Misty in a mountain island deck. Maybe you can get by with 3 Misty. Then you have 5 fetches for the island. Damn, there's actually nothing to tune. The deck is just pretty good, it feels like. Wherefore Storm. Probably I'll be any other channels. Look, we have Otawara. We have Ren, so we can play Otawara. Fuck. But we want to play Ren with Otawara. No, let's play Sparrowlocka now. Let's be reasonable. Let's be responsible. What do we have? 19 lands. They cut something. Two Spire Bluff. Stomping. Breeding. Stem Vents. There is just one rule. What's the rule? Island Mountain. Why is 19 lands? This feels like... Why do I have so few lands? Something doesn't add up. Am I missing some crucial land? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we have 6 fetchables. Why is it just 19 lands? Am I stupid? Maybe I am. I guess we're gonna play the 4th Misty. Just play Izzet and take Rens from a punch of Monkey. No need to out into my deck. It makes sense, yeah. But it just... You also... It's not good in your deck, so... It's not a big deal. No basic forest, not in the main deck. If I'm gonna play basic forest, it's gonna be in the sideboard. Which I will for now, which is why we're gonna go for Misty. Or I guess we can play Otawara with Ren. Whatever. It's fine. We're just not gonna cast Ren. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands that don't cast Ren, so we have 17 lands to cast Ren on 2. Which I think is... By Frank Karsten rulings, it's... bit on the lower end, right? Because for a CC card... What is CC? For a CC, you need 21 to cast it on 2. So this is too few. By a lot. What the heck? Ren just sucks, bros. Alright, gonna play 1 Ren indeed. But it just isn't functional. Gonna play 1 Ren, 1 Underworld Breach. Gonna play shitty artifacts. Does Ren work on turn 3? No. Once turn 3 arrives, the value of Ren falls to 0 and the card is no longer any good. Alright, I'm gonna play the second Ren after much consideration, deliberation, because that will let me play the boss edges in the sideboard and they're gonna have some value. One thing I am concerned with in this deck is Sanctifier on Vec, because we have limited answers to it and I think it hinders the deck by a noticeable amount. Also play shaders with no considers, which actually stinks a bit. You could fix that by introducing consider to the deck. We have 5 artifacts to fetch, which is a large amount. But it might be fine. You have 6 removal. I guess we can fetch Pyrite, yeah. It actually works. The counter magic should be mainly in the sideboard. Like Mana Leak is not a card we really want to play. Let's play 7 removals, not die to turn 1 monkey as much. The combos that we might be concerned with should be answerable by Boseju or Flusterstorms. Ranafall seems actually not good to me. Forest, Tormod, Piffing Needle, I think we want to play. Let's least sure about Piffing Needle. Explosives has more answers to on Vec, but it's actually not great in this deck because you're gonna blow your own shit. Let's play 1 explosives. Because you have many 2-drops, so exploding on 2 seems not frequently like a good option. We have Alpine Moon, Ancient Grudge. Ancient Grudge is a little bit redundant with Boseju. I think Ancient Grudge is also fine against Hammer, but it's not Giga Super because it gets exiled by Sanctifier on Vec, which is a little bit of an issue. Honestly, I probably would prefer Nature's Claymage. Mystical Dispute is a card we could play. We could cyber it against Merktide, but I don't think it has super high amount of relevance. While the matchups which Flusterstorm helps are gonna probably need helping. What's the reasoning behind 3 sagas? What do you mean? First, I will ask you what is your reasoning behind your question. Alright, okay, I'll stop fucking around and I'll tell you. I want a functional mana base, and nowhere in the rules of the game is written that you need to play this many, however many sagas. Let's not play Alpine one because it's kind of redundant with Claim and Boseju. You have Giganta. You'd play, I guess you're gonna play on unlicensers. ×1. And then I'm going to go to trade. And I'm going to get some funky Tarmogoyfs. Would you always play desk? No, let's say somebody would say that they would kill me if I play much with desk, then I would comply. And like if their threat was seemed realistic to enforce, then I would stop playing the desk. I think I like it in grindy decks with Urza Saga. It's not Giga Super Pog, but it's okay. Have I thought about playing Zero Sagas? I thought about it a lot. Chat, do they have a template for old boarded sagas? Zero Saga no Ren at Merktide. Cat Green. Well, that's then Merktide. Any decks where I can't catch them with Fluster and they go over the top of me, it's probably Amulet. We have 2 Bossages for Amulet. We have Nature's Claim. We have not much for Amulet. It's probably not ideal. I have Unholy Heats, but they fight through Unholy Heat alone. We have Hairwire Might. I think Nature's Claim is one of the great. It's pretty great actually. But we do have a little stuff. A little bit limited amounts of stuff. But I think that's probably should be fine and we can roll with it. Alright, Ketria cards tuned. Feboseju overclaim? No. I only have 2 reds. I don't want to have so many Bosejus. You know, at some point it's kind of bad to draw multiples of the same cards when they're a little bit expensive, which Boseju a little bit is. It's nice that we have Ragavan Boseju. No other legendaries though. We have 1 Breach just for the sake of it. Because of the Breach, I could go for 4 bolts, 3 heats. Honestly, let's do that. Just enjoy the idea of dealing damage to face. Quite a lot. Why not 1 Goif? That's a very good question. It seemed like Goif performed decently overall. There's a super qualifier and Wong Kai is already in it. It's happening in 4 days, 3 hours, 48 minutes and 15 seconds, and they already have their deck chosen and they're ready to game. There was a prelim 15 minutes ago, but I'm not sure what format it was because it's been drowned in 2 weekends of challenges that Modo uploaded yesterday. Pioneer Preliminary. It didn't even fire. It seems 8 people are still hoping that it's going to start. I think Shredder is not good. It is a card that is better if you have cantrips in your deck, but which we don't. But we'll see. We do have many threats that are easy to deploy, which seems nice. And well, of course we have Bobble, yeah. But it's possible that Shredder is not super in the deck, yeah. I think Shredder is worse than Goif in the deck. For 1, which is why Goif prioritized over Shredder. And thinking about it, people don't really play Graveyard Hate that will be good against Goif. Because people don't play Rest in Peace, and other Graveyard Hate is not really making Goif that much smaller. Last index 16 days ago, Amulet Titan. Shit. Let's go. I think this is a keep. We play a 1-2 creature on turn 2. We also did cut an Holy Heat last minute for the 4th bolt to make sure that Primeval Titan is going to survive and resolve. Bros, I hacking lost. This is impossible. I will just simply spellbomb the Grazer, yeah. Although this turn a Dryad will enter the battlefield, Screaming Grove Chamber will be played, and stuff. Hilarity will ensue. Okay, they only have 2 cards in hands. They're not guaranteed to do super much stuff on the next turn. So we're gonna play the Goyf. Fetch a red mana because I don't actually know. And pass the turn. Next turn we're going to iteration and hardly find anything useful. They only have 2 cards and 3 cards in the hand. They're not super likely to... Okay. To play Cavern of Souls. So the last card I'll bounce land Titan and we're gonna be screwed. Titan. But there is a chance that they're not. What am I saying? Of course it's those cards, but... Absolutely incredible hits from the expressive iteration over here. Really glad I have cast it. Could have went with the alternative move of bouncing the Grazer, but that did not seem good. Amulet of Vigor. Oh, no bounce land. Alright, bros, this is our hope. I guess a regular land now works. What the hell? Why do I not draw anything? Could draw with the spell bomb. Unholy Heat could potentially stop them a little bit, although if 2 amulets not much. Could bounce the Grazer and get the Treasure with Ragavan. That I think drawing towards Bolt is actually bigger impact to go Bolt Breach. We have found Unholy Heat. So if we play second Ragavan and kill off the first, we can kill the first Titan. So if they packed, the 2 amulets bounce and they would have 8 mana. Eight mana. So the Titan, they get bounce land. Yeah, they can't necessarily make 2 Titans. They shouldn't be able to make 2 Titans. So we can put a little bit of a stop to their thing. They could also play tapped land right now. That just produces 1 mana and get up to 6 with the Amulet of Vigor. It seems like my opponent is thinking. We'll see if they play any lands. To Poland. Walk to Poland. To Poland. Chad, what do you know about Poland? It's probably that Lily actually took a walk to it. And that They drew a bounce lands. Not good. They walk. No, they walk, bro. Well, what exactly do you think I said? I said walk, clearly. So, what do you know about Poland? It's that and Sekau, right? They played Karn, of all things. You know that John Paul II was from there? True, you do know that. Carnold. They don't even have Titan in their hand. Engineered explosives. Solid. What does ski mean? Like all the people last names end with ski. It's off. I mean, it's just the way surnames are. It doesn't really mean anything, but like it kind of means off. And Guaguf is a place. It's not patronymical. No, no. It's in Russia, where you have patronymics. And probably in some other places, but not here. So they're going to explode. I'm going to have 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in my graveyard. So I should be able to heat, to play Breach, Heat, and play Goef again. So no point in saving the heat for it. Well, there is some point in saving the heat for a Titan. But I think I have to cast it. I kill the Groiser. Guess we're gonna get a treasure, which we can spend on, roughly speaking, nothing, but we can have it for moral support. I guess my Goif's gonna be small too with the breach casting. Oh shit, they killed my Goif. I didn't realize that it could happen. I mean, I'm just like operating under the assumption they don't have a Titan. I guess if they play the Karn before the Titan, for some reason, to play around on Holy Heat, then they say good riddance. Yeah, my Goif is not gonna be small, it's gonna be 4 or 5. Gonna exile creature, land. Land. I'm gonna keep creature, land, artifact, sorcery. And then we're gonna play Tarmogoyf, and we're gonna keep land. No, we're gonna keep sorcery. Because there's artifact, planeswalker, creature, yeah. Very powerful Underworld Breach. Dryad, that's okay. So they don't have the Titan. They just kept a hand with no Titan, and they don't draw a Titan. Ha, classic amuleters. Let's play DCR, let's play Shadow Spear. Let's graveyard this. Let's play an untapped land. Let's equip the Garmotoif. Let's attack for 6 life linking. And the Otawara is not really saving me from a Titan right now. But maybe if they mess something up, it does. Because with the Dread on play, they can go for Valakuts, etc. Attach Shadow Spear to Monkey in attack. I could do that and then Otawara the Dread. That seems not better. Carnold. Okay. Can't use the Otawara now, but can use it on my turn mostly, so that shouldn't be an issue. We get Highwire Might. Kill my spear, okay. Interesting. Karn looking not very impressive. No, I was just saying so your monkey would die, yeah. You were. They actually survive now. Can I force a charm block? Not really. If I Otawara the Dryad. If I Otawara the Haywire Might pre-combat. Then I force a charm block with the Tarmogoyf. The Titan will kill me if they have the Celestial Sanctuary. If they have the white lands and they had Celestial Sanctuary exiled anyway, so they play white. They play Sun Home. So if you bounce Haywire Might now, the Briar dies. You have Delirium with land. I know that. The thing is, it does not change anything. Well, lets me attack Karn with nicely. Just Otawara Dryad attack all. Well, the issue with that is that it's not lethal. And it lets my opponent have Karn active on the next turn. Because they will just block with Haywire Might and Tarmogoyf. Kill a Shadow Spear, and I'm going to take 5 damage. And they have 8 life. So if we bounce the Haywire Might now, they use it, kill my Shadow Spear, and I send DRC attacking Karn, and Goyf and Dragavan attack face, and that way they have to charm block the Goyf. They don't because they gain 2 life. Goyf is gonna be a 6/7 because the Shadow Spear is gonna fall off, but we get a land. And there's a creature. No, creature was already in graveyard. So no point in attacking with Ragavan. So no point in using the Otawara either, it feels like. So we're just gonna play fetch, kill Karn, attack face with Goyf, then kill next turn. The Ragavan did absolutely nothing the entire game. Splanked by the Arboreal Grazer from the start. So if they top deck a Titan, it doesn't matter. So you don't want to use the Otawara. We use it to issue guarantee lethal next turn. Wow. Wait, they didn't block? What? I wanted to attack face with this. Did I really click to attack Karn? That's why they didn't block. Why both attack Karn? That was a misclick, I didn't mean to. But now we have 23 lives, so you don't actually die to a Titan, necessarily. Funnily. Because they didn't kill my spear yet. Alright, I guess. But that might also mean we don't kill them next turn, which also is a problem. So probably should have played Giganta to actually kill it next turn. Yeah. Yeah, I should have played Giganta to kill it next turn actually. Because if they Totex the Titan, they win. Like that's true. Cholera, no. Ja pierdolę. Hello, Mr. Seamer. Did Prelim not fire or did you want to play Modern? I did not join the Prelim. I wanted to play Modern. So if we bounce the Might now, then they have to crack it on the Shadow Spear. They have 8 life and they have to Chambla with the Dryad. Okay, and then we don't actually die. Well, we die to 2 Titans, which they can do easily. We don't die to 1 Titan. Oh, are they F6? Good. Good. We might have to bounce the Might, yeah. I mean, we got them good by the end of turn movements that I didn't expect. Might Boseju. Shadow Spear. Which appears to be the case, but they do charm block. Get Asusa. Asusa. She's kinda sus. Get it? Alright, we have beat a Titan opponent because they never drew a Titan. Solid. We are going to sideboard. Nature's Claim. Boseju. And shit. Spell Pierce is bad. Pyrite is bad. Velos Hammer is bad. Needle is pretty bad, but you can have it if you have something worse. Creatures, we keep them. Bolts, we can keep them because they go face. Shadow Spear is like not Giga the worst ever. Desk is not too great, but it's okay. So we actually don't have cards. Like we have all medium cards in the matchup, but it appears like I probably don't want the needle then. And I'm gonna cut a Ledger Shatter because being a 1/3 creature, it's a little bit small. Can you please stop talking? I'm trying to watch a video. You can mute the stream if you don't want to hear me talking. That way you're going to only get the sensations you want. We have 2 balls, we have Ren, we don't have Boseju. Let's mulligan. We have Boseju, we have 3 bubbles. We can put back Shadow Spear and try to find Ren. I think this deck should play some considers, actually, after deeper thinking. It's going to bubble self. It's a Shredder. Okay, let's play. Let's get the Shredder. Not super, but if my opponent is not going to perform giga fast actions, then we can maybe use it. After considering, yeah, exactly. It's the so-called pun. Okay, opponent seems to be one of the worst amulet players out there. Not really familiar with how to destroy players with excellent hands every game. Let's develop the Shredder. Could have Ragavan Boseju this, maybe that's okay too, actually. Ooh, they drive forest, very nice. It's a really bad draw and it makes my boss edge better. Alright, so this turn I will dash the monkey man. Next turn we're gonna iterate with more mana so we can hit Ren. And I'm going to boss edge with the Seeming Growth Chamber. Get the Dryad, nice. You're gonna do it when it's 1 mana. They can't do anything with their mana right now, it just seems okay to do. Also they play Henwer Battleman, so they play the white land just for kicks. Seems like. Seeming Growth Chamber float to okay. 4 mana, that's the Carnot. But Carnot does not necessarily impress. They have Battlemans, they can't be that bad of an amulet player, yeah. I mean, I was just saying that they're bad because they draw badly. Is this Tarmo Breach? I have 1 Breach in my deck, so whether you want to call it a Breach deck, depends. Just 1 Breach for lightning bolting people. I do have 4 Tarmogoyfs, so yeah, I guess it's Tarmo. Tarmo deck. Chooses Golos, Tearless Pilgrim. Interesting. They could possibly play it on the next turn. Start with iteration. Very curious. So I guess iteration to hand. Let's bottom this exile. Because I want to be able to play Ragavan. Let's do this and see if we can connive away a spell. Unholy Heat is not necessarily it's not really great necessarily. Not really what I'm looking after. Not really what I'm after, I think. Connive Land and Dash Monkey. I could do Dash Monkey, but that gives up a source of mana. Discard Ragavan. I think it's better to get the extra mana from Ragavan now. You can get a Tarmogoyf. But we died the pact, so we don't want to do that. There was that one game in a challenge some time ago when I was playing as Titan and I was on Omnath Yorion and I kind of plays more fast than you. Yeah. So you can play Golos on the next turn. But I want to be able to find Ren with iteration for Bosejo, which we have. So there was that one time I played with Amulet, against Amulet with Omnath, and I was on no outs. And we dashed Ragavan and we had Sound Respect for Omnath, which actually wasn't out. That was pretty funny. Hitting Pact here reminded me of that. A tiny bit. Here clearly I've never played against Gibba. Why? Just because Gibba is slow, but that's... You only said that I am slow, not that I'm the slowest. You still scooped because I'm too slow for them, bro. It's fine. Tried watching your VOD for the Red Black Breach Reanimator, but it required me to be a sub. So I became a sub. You're welcome, love you. Thank you. Very nice of you to do that. Seems like we beat Amulet. If not by... If it wasn't the matchup difference or the deck difference, then it was at least a psychological difference between us, as my opponent got crushed by my relatively slow pace of play. Karn and Golos. Well, they played Karn, Minus, and Gilde Golos, so they play Karn and Golos because they just play Karn, they play Golos, right? This is an example of amazing Magic community there in your MTGO chat. Heart emoji lovely. I do play a little bit slowly at times. I used to pride myself in being a fast player, but then I started streaming and got a bit older, and then now I'm super slow, actually. I mean, I don't know if I ever been able to double Q challenges very effectively. I'm still able to physically double Q them. Just sometimes ends up with a timeout loss. Okay. Gemstone covers. I guess I want to play Ragava on turn 1 almost always. Let's see what they excel. They excel a breeding pool, so it is not dredge with breeding pool. Breeding pool Gemstone Caverns makes me think of Rhinos. I guess Tarmogoyf seems pretty good against Rhinos. I don't know how they beat it. Well, I guess they cast a removal spell on it, but seems okay. Dead gone, okay. Prismatic Vista, that's surprising. Maybe it's Temur Rhinos with Blood Moon, and that would be a problem, I guess. Oh wow, we get absolutely devastated for holding the bauble too. Unless we draw a land, shit. I mean, I guess I have the Springleaf Drum. So I don't know why I bubbled myself when I still gonna play the Saga. So I should bubble them. So I was thinking, if I don't see a land, then is it even worth to play the Saga? For what it's worth, I'm probably gonna get Blood Moons. This is not nice. Because what my opponent did is they played a turn 2 Blood Moon effectively. And by effectively I mean, well, it was literally their turn 2. Saga was terrible here. Even barring the Blood Moon, I guess we drew the land, but we wouldn't want to make constructs yet. Good bold face. I guess that does help me find island. I only win if my opponent's hand is empty. You can't produce green mana for the Haywire Might. Okay, so they played the Bloodbraid Elf, Force of Vigor main deck. Please win, I don't want to read other Arceus Dota tweet. You can block the person on Twitter. Or mute them. So they say stuff, but you don't have to listen to it. So I'm going to have the Forest. I think I'll cut down one Saga. Ren seems terrible against Rhinos, honestly. Let's board it out. Flusters, explosives. Could have the claim, but we're just gonna fetch basics. Gonna cut 2 bolts. Shadow Spear seems okay. Ether Spell Bomb. I mean, bolt to win races. Probably don't want 4 bolts. Yeah, let's cut 2 bolts. The other cards look better. Hey Kani, how are you today, my friend? Question marks. I'm pretty good, thank you for asking. Tuning the Ketria deck to the level of being incredibly broken. I lost to Blood Moon the last game, and this kind is good against Blood Moon, so I'm going to keep it now. But it's pretty consistent at being lucky, it seems. Probably use the bubble to filter, because we want to fetch the forest soon. Springleaf Drum does not interest me. So we're gonna do this. Let's go. No, kurwa, lands. Ja pierdolę. Oh, this deck plays too few lands. Canister adds 5 lands. Oh, I flood. Surprising, right? I flood after adding 7,000 lands. But no, it does. It is unlucky. Yeah, hand like this cast turn to Ren, but Ren is already not good because I'm flooded, right? So if the only hands that cast Ren are the flooded ones, that's actually not super. Could grab Giganta, but we can make a 4-5 go by bouncing a Reno. Let's just bounce it now to... Wait, actually don't put an extra type. Lol. Because the bubble was already there. I take back what I said. I guess now they can attack with the Rhino. Well played. Or can they? So now they don't have green mana. I don't know if this was good for them. They have the island. We're gonna play because iteration is in our deck. We could play Shadow Spear Equip. If we attack, then we trade for a Rhine and we gain a bunch of life. This is actually probably not good. It seems actually better to grab Giganta. This music card is literally giant meme, right? Yeah. Literally just a meme. Yeah, I think I messed up by not playing 2 Considers in this deck. Magus of the Moon, bro. I mean, I appreciate the dedication, but it's kinda cringe at this point. They have Bloodbreak Delves in their deck they can't cast now. Let's represent green over blue because I don't even care. Let's try land. Awesome. So if I trade for a Rhino now, I get to play Giganta and have a 6 power Giganta. That seems good to attack now to me. Wow, they take it. I guess maybe it makes sense. It's sadly don't even care anymore. About what? About the game? No, I care very much. Subtlety. Would be scary if they hardcast it, but they cut themselves off from casting it with the moon, so. I mean, now it's a 6-7. So I guess maybe I should have played the Giganta pre-combat, because that way... No, it's probably hard for them to double block, and it's good for me they don't block. And it seems like it's hard for them to win a race like this. But yeah, I do think this deck is missing 2 Considers. Over a land and a Ren. Is Tarmogoyf a Benslayer or Muldrifter? It's absolutely a Benslayer. It has no Muldrifter qualities. I probably should have Veil Summer against Rhinos most of the time, but they play the version that does not play Force, so we shouldn't have it here. Tarmogoyf is shit. I think it's actually surprisingly decent now. I think Tarmogoyf is at its worst against the Fairy Time Raveler. Just not a super popular card now. Is Ledger Shadow a Benslayer or a Muldrifter? It's a Benslayer. The ability it has, it benefits you from it staying on the battlefield. So it's pretty clearly a Benslayer to me. Like, Muldrifters are creatures where it's card advantage creatures, where they produce something they, you know, Flametongue Cav with a Muldrifter, Necratal, Muldrifter, Rogue Refiner. What creatures are we other? What do we have? I guess an interesting question is Blood Type Harvester a Benslayer or Muldrifter? But yes, that's a little bit muddled. They're on the plane now, so they can't. Very unfortunately, they can't. put a gemstone cavern with a luck counter into play. This should be a mulligan. Blood type harvester is a utility creature. It's different. Different than what? Simple question, bro. Is it a Bend Slayer? I think I want to keep freelance. Is it a Bend Slayer or is it a Muldrifter? Or if the Bend Slayer Muldrifter dichotomy is updated. Well, it is. Because some creatures do both things, right? Is Omnath a Muldrifter or a Bend Slayer? Well, this both. You want to fetch a basic, probably basic island. I think I don't mind drawing Ego if they play Bloodborne the next turn. They have Soulful False Bloodborne in their deck though. This is sick. But we're gonna be weak against Moon. Magus of the Moon. I wish I kept the bots. I think Island is gonna be more valuable now with the Magus. Will you write a book about MTG theory or something similar related to MTG in future? Who knows? How many Magic books you know, bros? There has been the Gash book. There has been Shaping Next Level Magic book. I actually read the Shaping book. It was pretty short actually. Hardly actually a book. But it did have a chapter explaining Muldrifters. And other concepts like it. The Utron and Merfolk book. Yeah, but they're only online, right? They're not actually paperback released. I thought the wheel graphic explaining archetypes was interesting. Yeah, it had some stuff that was a bit weird jump. There was a wheel graphic explaining archetypes, yeah, which had archetypes such as Philosophy of Fire. That was an archetype. Because Burn is a Philosophy of Fire deck in Champion's View, and it's not actually a normal deck. Why is Chigana such a powerhouse? It's a good question. Aggressive, fair, unfair, combo decks, aggro decks, mid-range decks. You know, it's neatly divided into everything. I don't know what's aggro control though. Aggressive, Lava Spike. I thought it was Philosophy of Fire and not Lava Spike. Storm combo, traditional combo, big spell combo. Control decks, combo control, lock, draw go, tap out. What the hell is this? It's from the Chapin's book, Next Level Magic. Fair. Unfair. Combo control and big spell combo is unfair. Why is big spell combo more unfair than storm combo? Is big spell combo Tron? Aggressive, reactive. I guess it's supposed to be least aggressive. That's what you mean. I don't. Well, yeah, I guess. Red aggro, linear aggro, swarm, fish. Is aggro control something like Phoenix? I don't know what's aggro control. Aggro control is just a Magic the Gathering deck that one plays. So if I take 10, then I play Giganta. Then I can block a Rhino. Assuming they don't play anything else. Charm block the Magus. Do you side out the combo against Red Black Scamas, Jeskai Breach? I did for the most part, but I don't have anything particularly good in the sideboard to bring it instead of that. But the combo is not super great there. Like grinding stations, the card they leave you with after they discard 2 cards from your hand. Ooh, no attack with this. That's good for me. Big spell combo is the one that wins via an expensive spell, like Tooth and Nail. Okay. Need to play Giganta now. If they have a third outburst, then so be it. I choose Death then. I don't know what would be great cards against Scam, though. Things that function. No weź spierdalaj, no. Ty jebany nosorożcarzu. 3 outbursty miał jeszcze. If we kept an Unholy Heat, we would win this game easily. We would kill this, we could just play cards. So, I didn't think of Magus. We did see Magus game too, I just thought of Bald Moon. And they cheesed me with a red removal deck with Magus of the Moon. So another thing was maybe that I should have more bolts once I've seen this over a marginal card, which would be, I don't know what. Fish is creatures and counter spells. It's, I don't know what's the origins of the name. I think it's because Merfolk was creatures and counter spells long time ago, the first time. Is it possible that Kedra cards isn't actually very good as it is exciting and new? Well, that surely is possible. There's just a new deck, but also like I don't know if this match was indicative of that necessarily. It's minus 30 Celsius without wind chill here. Where do you live? Sounds rough. Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell is this old bordered card? But it's just a brigade. So it's affinity. Canada? Do you live in the place of Canada where nobody lives? But there is nothing. Let's get breeding pool. Well, I guess I said part of Canada, but it's actually most of Canada, right? It is kind of funny to go look at the map of Canada and you look at this terytoria północno-zachodnie and you just wonder about these places. There's an airstrip here. There is a Louis Norwegian school with 2 out of 5 1 rating. Does anybody live here? Fort Simpson. There is a road. Road number 1, because how many more roads are there, right? They fly in for the education, seems like. What's past the key Fars Nation? Urząd. Contractors. Usługi remontowe. Remontowo-budowlane. You can control the game by taking good cards from their hands. Yeah. Have you visited every voivodeship in Poland? I don't know. Possibly not. This is where the guy from Breaking Bad went hiding. Yeah, true. Probably gonna play Goif over Shredder. So maybe fetch Mountain to deck thin. Do you know that Alaska is both the westernmost and easternmost state in the US? I never thought about that. Why? So there's some second extra Alaska. Oh, pass the Alaska across the date line. Okay. I thought the Breaking Bad. I thought Walter White was hiding in Alaska, not in Canada. There's more of dots here. But yeah, like 2 people live here. I mean, it seems like there's 2 people in the store. So I guess they do live. Okay, let's play the game because we're stalling our opponent because we're busy watching. Did you know Japan is farther north, east, south, and west from South Korea? I never thought about that. Can get an attack with Goif, but we're probably gonna lose to the big constructs from this. Oh no, this is an artifact too. No, bro, don't block. Don't block if I bolt your on your top turret so bad. How do you block here? Come on, like how you block? I concede you have one opponent. I think visually it is not super well indicated on Treasure Vault that's an artifact. Neither does it make much sense for it from lore perspective to be an artifact. I actually have limited answers to constructs. With one E only. Spell piece looks poor. Ragavan is gonna be medium. Let's remove 3 Ragavans. Keep 1 to draw it in the opening hand. Chad, have you seen there is a new Remy song and it has a special guest in it? It's not me, no. Ale Susła wziąłeś? Co to jest Susła? Maro? It might be Maro, yeah. So I have more red mana in my deck, so we could generally prioritize Stomping Ground, it seems. Okay, draw iteration. They repaid me in kind and deployed Shadow Spear too. Let's go Tarmogoyf. Casting a bolt will bring the Tarmogoyf to 4-5, 5-6 with Shadow Spear. Let's find out. Alright, after the match, we're gonna do the viewing of the Remy video. 1, 2. Already Font Monitor. Damn, it's always spooky when they go Font Monitor and turn 2 and then they go pow pow. Many 4/4s for 7 mana. Okay, let's fetch Breeding Pool, I guess, for good mana. Guess we might also want to boss edge with this game. What monitor is a Muldrifter, yeah. I mean, seems pretty apparent if you think about it, right? It's actually fairly similar to Muldrifter. Are construct tokens Benslayers? Is Sojourner's Companion a Benslayer? Maybe we can find that book online. I remember I read it somewhere online. I didn't actually buy it. Next level magic Patrick Chapin book PDF. Alright, I found it. First result in Google. Next level magic, a guide to mastering Magic the Gathering by Patrick Chapin. 2014. So we have to find introduction, winning more at Magic, shortcuts, the 4 perspective, bottom up thinking, top down perspective on trumps, making Magic team. So go Control F, Ben Slayer. Next level magic, and he's talking about 2 Ben Slayer angels. But I'm sure he talked about like Ben Slayer, Muldrifter. As a concept. It doesn't seem to be in the book, damn. Hmm. I think there was a second book too. Can you paste the book link in chat? That would be stealing, but you could also Google Next Level Magic MTG and says percentile Ben Slayer or Muldrifter. It's clearly Ben Slayer. I guess we're gonna iterate. Guess what else? It draws cards, but Muldrifter is not about drawing cards. It's about whether the card is a threat that gains value from staying on the battlefield versus being a creature where the body is an accidental extra value you get. That's my understanding. Maybe it's wrong though. We don't play Saga here because I kept the Stomping Ground up to be able to hit Boseju or red cards. Unfortunately, you got the Shredder. They can attack through the guy through the 5/6s for now, so unless they go plating, you're gonna be okay. No. Have I seen the endless list? Yeah. I mean, Ren has not been good for me much, TBH. With Torpor or Baudis, Muldrifter, or Ben Slayer Angel? Well, it's a Muldrifter, it's just Torpor Orb makes it not do the thing. So I block 3 damage, I take 9 plus 4 and I die, okay. I cut the second red, I cut the Boseju. Alcadi lands because I flooded 5 times. Oh, they Spider Bluff Canal, I cut. Fetch. Fetch. Two considers. The deck just needs that. It just needs that. It doesn't function otherwise. Cut green and Saga for Meta and counter spell. Damn. That's a good suggestion. What do I play? Just Nature's Claims. They're kinda great. It's 3 Nature's Claims. Now 3 canals with the ghost in the deck, so that's a little bit sketch. E. Haywire Might. I have one in the main deck. Bretch looks so Pepega here. That's because you just don't get it. It's a late game card. It's really good in the late game. Alright, 20% of being able to play the Otter. Yeah. I can have one Bosseju, then if we assemble... No, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Alright, let's try again. Or maybe... No, let's not play the Hearse. I don't even like it. Let's go for Claim. No, okay, let's not go for Claim, because that also makes no sense. Although I think in some decks having 4 claims, you'd be going Pow on their things. Do you not need a basic forest? I have a basic forest. Is Fractus a Benslayer or Muldrifter? It's more of a Muldrifter, but it has big stats. Oh, react. I forgot. Reaction time. To look a lot like Grixis. How is the guy playing Ragavan, Preordain, and Brainstorm in the same deck? This was before the ban and Legacy. 19 godzin temu, that's 19 hours ago. It's new school. Secret lair sandwiches. I don't quite understand the Maro appearance because, like, I guess he got the letter because the songster on the receiving end was writing a letter, right? At some point, which was help, help, help me. Where is it? Oh, helpy delpy help, okay. Dear wizards, can old Remy get some helpy delpy delp help? And then Maro receives the letter and is confused. Will you ask Maro to appear on your stream someday? No, never. Also, notice how Maro has Maro in his cubicle office. Pro MTG Online. Damn, I wonder what's on there. Secret lair sandwiches. What's a secret lair sandwiches? Is it sandwiches? Or is it cards with sandwich themes? Where in tier list? Shit, I need to find the Remy tier list. Are all border at specific iteration on MTGO yet? I don't actually know. But I paid them. This was my tier list. I think, I don't know how many songs were released since then. It was done in September, so probably a few. And hmm. It's not my favorite song because I didn't. I guess I didn't like listen to it many times yet, so I hadn't made myself like it yet. But I would put it in the B tier for for now. I think. Dance Monkey. Dance Monkey could go to A tier. But also the original song is beginning to feel a lot like Christmas, kinda goofy. Not be super big fan of it. Ledger Shadow has not been super for me in this league that we played, I guess, so far. But now if two considers, it's gonna be great. Suddenly, I cut a land and deck is great. It's beginning to feel a lot like Greeks is. The gachi version of the song that sometimes Twitch chatters request is pretty good too. It's beginning to feel a lot like. And then Van says fisting, which is just like so fun and stupid, right? Absurd rather. I find it pretty humorous. The gachi fight version. One reveals Giganta and then actually turns out we're not playing a Temur mirror. Oddly enough. Let's get breeding pool so you can play Saga on 2. I don't even know if I want to play Saga on 2, but I possibly could. I definitely want to play the Shredder. We just got boss edges, so playing against Tron is gonna be fun. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, which is unusual for a tumor. Damn, bros. Very dark humor. Because Hefes, the guy sang, the doctor sings a song, which is light-hearted, I guess. And then it's about a tumor. Which is pretty dark. I think I'll play Shredder and get the connive. Hoping that it accelerates my clock more. If I get the Candace from conniving, which I didn't. We draw a forest, that's assuredly bad draw. Good, we can double spell next turn. Who let the dogs out? Good dash Agavan. How much benefit is there out of that? I think little because of iteration for the next turn. Second Spirit get a Bensler and Muldrift there. Functionally, it's not even a creature. Do I think Temur Midrange could be better than Merktide? Could have advantages over Merktide. Green cards could make you a deck that's better against Hammer, for example. Spread just for value. Yes. Wow, my opponent deemed my Shredder not even worth warp wailing. Like, yeah, your Shredder, this Shredder guy, I don't even care, bro. It's so bad. Well, Breach is just for value, unless you think that casting Lightning Bolt on my opponent twice is not a combo. So it's for a combo and value. What you gonna grab? It's not the answer. It is. It was an answer for sure. I think it was a fine answer. Standing Brigade. We have Otawara in the deck, but I think that's the only way we have to remove it. Main deck. Seems to be the case, yeah. I took the drum to connive it. Since you like Breach, how many would you play in Murktide? If I play Breach and Murktide, I would play 1 or 2. I think having a greater focus on it is a little bit rough and conflicts with Murktide Regent. Zero. Well, that is not true because the question was directed at me. How many I would play, and I would play more than 0. 4-4 split. That's not so good, I don't think. Could lightning bolt, keep it. But I want to keep the remaining cards. Could ditch the rainforest, I guess. You can be plural, bro. Yeah, I forgot that it can. Best card in green is Boseiju. Yeah, but it's not compatible. It is a pretty big issue. It helps you find the Otawara, so it makes sense to play the guy. So win con ball next time. I have Otawara in the deck. But I also have the bolts. Oh, I also have the might, yeah, so you have 2 cards to find. Why crack end of turn? Does make no sense. But Breach is literally a mulligan. Yeah. No, there's no boss edges in my deck now. We have 3 claims in the sideboard, so we're gonna show this brigade really badly. They have to cast spells to empty my hand too. But I could connive away the spell pierce. Probably, but maybe they play Throneless card and liberate it soon. Yeah, found the might. Misorder the triggers, I guess. It also appears we have lethal. I bring Nature's Claymores. Piffing Needle. I don't have much else now than that. Giving Merktide a non-creature angle is very good. Yeah, it's pretty cool. My deck is not super well equipped to handle decks that we're playing against. I don't know if I want Unholy Heat at all, I guess. Probably would rather keep Spellbomb because it's can bounce Wormcoil Engine. Bolt can go face. You play this in Prelim, seems like it can be pretty good. The Temur deck is gonna die off in 2 weeks. New Year will come and nobody will remember it existed. It's like fine cards, but low synergy enough that it's gonna be die off and be forgotten. Because it is for motions and intents and purposes like Merktide, where you like lose out the tiny bits of consistency for some ephemeral gain. I think we are gonna be fucked with when my opponent activates Tron Power on the next turn. They don't even know they have it on top, lol, and they're gonna search for it. Stupid. Guess you're gonna Saga and Dash. Spell Pierce Current Liberated, and then maybe gonna get somewhere. Don't you feel that missing the ability of J-Sky Breach to go over the top with the combos missing the shell? Question mark. Yeah, I mean, I do think maybe. I mean, it's a mid-range deck of mid-range cards, which it's a little bit of a weird question, I think, but I think the Jeskai Breach deck makes plenty of sense the way it is, and I like it for that. How many Spirable Canals is the right number for this deck? That's a good question. Why not 5 Claw Breach? Because of the mana base issues. We can beat this Worm called Baneslayer by fetching Ether Spellbomb and bouncing it. Don't I feel this deck can beat a Turn 3 Wormcoil Engine? It's probably gonna be tough, but I'll try. You can Nature's Claim it later. Why no Mire the Wormcoil? It's because Higher Might only exiles non-creature artifacts or non-creature enchantments. Interestingly, on the card it's spelled exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. If it was spelled exile target non-creature artifact or enchantment, it would actually not work, right? Because Paper Magic could try to mate it, yeah, but I could also, I don't know, kick my opponent in the balls and then throw the table. But I would probably compose myself and not do that because I could have other, that would have consequences for me. First, they could be physically stronger than me, which would be not very unlikely, and then second, they could also, a judge could witness the event and kick me out of the tournament and probably the store forever. Would you get DQ'd if you kicked your opponent in the balls? I think you should get DQ'd for that. So I hope you would.
He's a phenomenal control player.
No, we can't beat 2 Wormcalls. Ah, maybe we can. They also have Karn, the Great Creator. Can I realistically spell pierce anything? I don't know. It's probably not. Who would I want to fight with? With you. I hope you'd be my partner fighting. I assume you it's like 2-on-2. The way you asked this question, but you probably meant who would I want to fight with, like against somebody. But should get DQ'd for that, but the classic clip. I don't think I've ever seen this. What's he resolving? It's so funny. Like, what cards did he have? What is he doing? With what mandatory triggers was he resolving? I didn't quite catch. What was that? Charmbreaker Devils. Oh yeah. Then he was like, "Bro, you're not even dead." So it's like convincing him to stay in the game for him. Oh, cast iteration and concede the game because I think we are a bit fucked here. Because they're gonna count and they're gonna do something powerful. Okay, opponent, I'll beat you on the play. I'll play turn 1 Ragavan. So I guess Unholy Heat is a little bit more attractive if they have 2 Wormcalls, which I don't know what I expect for them not to have Wormcalls. Which I guess if I hit a Wormcall, that's technically functions. Because it can deal damage, unlike claiming the Worm Coil. It's actually cut one of the claims, so it seems pretty bad, TBH. Maybe Shredder. Shredder seems pretty bad too. One bolt would be fine, right? Well, I have 4 bolts in my deck. So intense with the blitz just. But yeah, it's not pretty tilting. Is Kasparov known rager too? I think I've heard of Kasparov raging in some situations. My hand is shit, but I had turn 1 Ragavan, so I kept it against Tron because that seems key. A lot of pros are ragers. I'm a rager too, chat. Damn, if you had Boseju in the deck. Well, I've cut it, bros. If I had Boseju, now I'm raging that we don't have the Boseju. What is the advantage of Ketria over Mizzet? Content. Goif. Saga. I mean, you play other cards, like... It's probably a worse deck than Mizzet. I think we bottom this because I would not mind a Tarmogoyf. Yeah, that's good. Poor Gab misclicked a trophy with Storm Cube yesterday and didn't rage. Damn, this man has nerves of steel. I bet he said something around the lines of, oh well, I misclicked. Too bad. Maybe he even said, bro, it's so frustrating. But actually didn't sound very frustrated. Nice t-shirt. Thanks. Has nice toucans on it. I often try to rage Kanye IRL. He never falls for my low effort baits. When do you try to rage me? I haven't noticed. So you might need to do a bit better. We're going to upkeep Bolt for fixing. They got Sanctum of Eugene, didn't they? Don't they realize they're missing Tron? It's kinda insane they didn't get the Tron piece. Can hit Delirium za pre-combat. Jezus no. Co to jest z tym fladzeniem, tymi dekami? O co chodzi? I even can't consider this game. I flooded anyways. This is crazy. Well, but if you got more lands, then you're gonna have two landers with Urza Saga that don't draw the third land before immediately, and those hands just lose on the spot to Flooded, yet you cannot cast Wurmcoil because I spend mana on Springleaf Drum pre-combat. But yeah, I cut the Bossageus to make my deck weaker versus Tron and immediately ran to Tron. Just classic. Wow, and they even top decked the tower anyways? This is insane. So lucky. It's crazy. Sundering Titan, bro. I have so many lands, I literally don't care. Yeah, fallen into my trap. Shouldn't have attacked with Ragavan to prevent the top deck. Yeah. Bros, there is something about this musician, Little Dicky, to me. That's deeply unfunny to me. And I dislike his songs. As opposed to Remy, where I find him funny. Why are you not attacking with Ragavan? Well, because I'm trying to think of what to play, how to play my turn. Because it's seems pretty close. I think I might go face and then draw Breach and win with Breach. Breach Bolt. So I won't attack Karn. I think we're gonna bounce Karn post combat, then they won't be able to play Sundering Titan and Karn at the same time. So I think we'll bounce the Cardinal now. And you know, Breach, if they play Sundering Titan, Breach Bolt can get me there. If they play Karn, then I'll crack the Chromatic Sphere. Sure. So maybe even the damage from the DRC can add up to do something, because we lose 3 lands, but we still have 4 mana, 5 mana available. Bułka, zaraz was nakarmię, w sumie, bo jest pora na jedzenie. Bułcze. Po meczu dostaniecie. Dobrze, że przyszłeś powiedzieć. Zakomunikować głód. Miał. So they got up Dula Mogs, but I don't know what it does for them. Ooh, consider. Blue mana. Shredder. Consider. It's probably okay to play the Shredder. My cats have a special clock for cats for them to know when it's feeding time. No. Why is one treasure not hanging out with the remaining treasures? That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure about that. They play Carnal, then turn off my treasures. We're looking for bolts now. They have Ulamog and Carnal, but they have Tower Ulamog. Then it doesn't matter that I cast Iteration now or later. I think you should cast Iteration. We could keep spell piece for that Karn. Well, but it's cost 4 mana, and the important thing is the passive ability, so it seems bad to me. I don't think the spell pierce matters. Monka toss? What's Monka toss? Okay, stay Ulamog. So afraid of Brigade. No, I'm not. So I guess I'll bolt now to get an extra scry. Cut butthole. I think cut butthole is fine to show on stream. At least I hope it is. Okay, so I have 3 bolts and breach. That's not it. I can block twice. I mean, probably dead though. Because Karn can grab something, probably. What can Karn grab? Police and kill me. Yeah, okay, that's a good grab. Instead, they cast Cityscape Leveler, which is similarly lethal. It's pretty close, the game. Oh no, 1 card too deep. Wonder if we could have gotten it somehow. I don't think so. 1 card too deep. We would have gotten it and would have pop out my opponent. Okay, so we lost to Tron with Noble Sedges, which is honestly no surprise, but we still barely lost to it. TBH. Put one card on top with consider. Yeah, what I put back on top with consider? Well, I put a bold on top with bubble, which I needed. With a surveil. With consider, I think I milled over a card. Da Vinci asked me to react to Francis Rage compilation. I don't even know who's that guy, really.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Halo Kanista Subileka.
The magic one was pretty funny, but this kinda more so sad. This is an actual guitar or it's like a rock guitar hero guitar? He's not really mad though, he's acting. Sure, but the acted situation is sad to me. Like the Angry Bird piggy bank. Where's the most watched moment? Oh, it's this. Devil's Flame. He did hesitate to throw the table. He was like, judge. And he was like, judge. Oh, fuck. But then he was like, no. Alright, S is funny humor. I'm going to feed my cats. After which we can continue playing this league. We lost to Tron. We're not gonna lose to anyone else's league. The situation also really happened or was a comedy created? Very good question. I don't actually know. Can you cast a card with its evoke cost with Underworld Breach? No. Underworld Breach grants the cards in your graveyard the escape ability with the escape cost being its mana cost. The escape ability lets you cast a card from your graveyard for the specified cost. And exiling enough cards in the graveyard. So it only has the ability to be, it only has the escape free 4 mana ability. So there is no way you could evoke that from your graveyard. Also, I had a thought, chat. If tomorrow Misha's Bubble suddenly gets banned, how many... This is not Bantak, by the way. Not Bantak, because I'm not arguing for any cards to be banned. I'm just hypotheticals, right? How many cards become unplayable overnight? What cards absolutely need the bubble to function? We're playing against Crabvine. If they play Breeding Pool, so I guess making them not mill cards seems very useful. I think more than deploying Iragavan or DRC, because they play Saga. What the fuck? I don't know what they're playing. Yeah, DRC, Ledger Shredder, Unholy Heat. Will they discard a Vengevine? That's kind of funny. Shredder is bad already. Yeah, I mean, sure, bro. Seems like Crab Vengevine with Saga. Mem nice. Fun stuff. Although it's pretty funny the way it works. You go Shredder, play my second creature spell, discard Vengevine. Oh shit. You don't understand the Saga at all? Well, they will. Just use it to screw me. Maybe it's Cookbook, yeah, I guess that makes sense. They assuredly play Cookbook. I guess I'll play DRC and consider end of their turn. But yeah, would DRC be any good with no Misha's Bubble in the format? I don't think so. Riddlesmith. Makes sense. Riddlesmith. They'll discard 2 more Vengevines after getting their trigger. It was kinda hard to get in Delirium in the Phoenix deck to... Can you ask your opponents for a decklist and play it next? I think the next deck I'll play is gonna be Cube Bros. Need to draw a Goif, but also this is my green source, but I guess this way I can dig towards stuff. It's gonna suicide into Shredder eventually. Nice article on Harure, Mr. Streamer, thanks. Got delayed for some reason, actually wrote it 2 weeks ago. So I was afraid it's maybe not obsolete already, but... I found a guy, but now we can't cast it.
He's a phenomenal control player.
52 is the natural number following 51 and preceding 53. 52 is the fifth Bell number, the number of ways to partition a set of 5 objects. 52 is a decagonal number. 52 is an untouchable number, since it is never the sum of proper divisors of any number, and it is a non-quotient since it is not equal to x minus phi, x, for any x. 52 a vertically symmetrical number.
It's possible that Arena Cube is actually fine, is actually okay to play, but the prospect of learning alchemy cards is daunting enough for me to not want to do that. Can win through spell bomb. Thank you, Udaya, for 52 months. I opened a tweet linked and I don't know why it was sent in the chat and what relevance it has to the stream. Because I don't know. But allegedly another thing you could find on Twitter was the deck list for this, which I guess we can try to take a look. Because honestly, I'm curious. I remember I built Shredder. Vengevine never played it, but I had black cards and some other stuff. Okay, I think we have it. It is a Novan 5-0. For Bubble, for Memnite, for Riddlesmith. So it's only Vengevines, and I guess you just Riddlesmith, Daredevil, draw plenty of cards. Fotzis, Emrakul, Dion Storm. For Hairwire Might, wow. Solid. For Emery, I mean, it's kinda based. I don't know, maybe you want Bloodgas on top of that, but probably Daredevil is fine enough, because Daredevil you can just discard infinitely. You know, I'll die. I'll hope to die quickly in game 2. Maybe we can actually play the deck, because it looks based. And this... I just feel like I'm playing a Wars Breach and Wars Merktide combined, and I'm kinda making some changes that are irrelevant. I don't care about them. It's... yeah, it both kinda sucks. It's just not that interesting. Let's concede the match. Explain it to my opponent in the chat. I don't know why every streamer fell into the Ketria thirst trap. It's just FOMO. It's just FOMO. You know, you see like some people with 5-0 and you just... it's functional enough, but that some people can 5-0 with this, but pretty clearly does not have much merit. Also, somebody in the chat asked me if I would play Creativity again, and if I would play Bitter Union. I would play Bitter Union. Maybe someday I'll play creativity again. Where's the deck? How did he have the screenshot from the 5-0s? Does it take more time to upload to Goldfish now for them? Alright, let's remake from a screenshot. Unless... No, we posted on 15th of December. But it is not on Goldfish. What the hell? Why is it not on Goldfish? It's from a week ago. 12/13, so it was 10 days ago. That doesn't add up. Or maybe... Okay, I know. Maybe it's too old for the default search. Oval Chase. Daredevil. User submitted. What the hell? What's wrong with Goldfish? Did we get in the chat? We got in the chat, but we found it here. Alright, thanks. For Tormod script actually makes sense, sort of. Why do you play for Tormod script though? Mana Simbo made a deck. Think he only played in some leagues. Okay. One main might makes sense. I don't get the Emrakul. For Tormod script is pretty drastic, but I guess in some matchups you're gonna be happy. One wonder based. This is smart. But where is Daredevil? This is something else. You know, I think I prefer to play Asmo than that. Let's get creature interaction. Yeah, that seems better to me. I mean, the Hookman a little bit too much. Jezus, no jak to mi zabra... The fact that when I download a list from the official website of Magic Online, the fact that I can't import it into Magic Online, the official program to play Magic the Gathering by Magic Online, the company, that it just doesn't recognize their own fonts, their own signs used in their own cards, and it does not let me import it with one wrong card, just cutting the card, the 59 other cards. It's something I should mention in the forums. Yeah, also this was a rage moment. I'm about to get angry. My opponent got an Ether Spell, but Cost Book looks decent to me. Not super into Hedron Crab, but maybe it's fine. We have Asmo, Constructs, and Vengevine as angles of attack and card advantage. And we also miss Enter Spell Bomb. Would you do the pump fake before throwing your desk? I wouldn't have the strength to flip it over, mostly because there is a wall behind it. No Street Rave though. I don't think Street Rave offers much. Street Rave is a perfect way to make your deck less consistent, I think, actually. Watch out, you'll become head of development if you'll keep up with the ideas, probably. Street Wave is an absurd goblin. White Goblin? Would Shriekhorn be better than the Crab as an artifact? There's a Vengevine in this deck, so probably not. I know that Absurd Goblin is the Cycler in Yu-Gi-Oh! But also, I don't know, like, King of Aces is a very strong card in cards. You're playing War with playing cards, so what? Like, Emrakul also is very powerful card. Yes, King of Aces. So the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh is a game with rule engine so inherently broken that their game literally cannot withstand a card that cycles, that's not my problem. Not the reason to me to play Street Rave in the deck where it does not seem to belong. That's my 2 cents. Neither I'm playing Mish. I know I am playing Mishra's Bubble because it has synergy in this deck. Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't meant to be a competitive card game, it was just to promote the anime. Fair, but that does not have much relevance actually to whether I play Street Rave in this deck or not. I don't think so. Cyborg is a bit unclear to me. We have the Emrakul, which is for mill, I guess. Which doesn't really exist, but probably Xenovan lost to mill. Seems unnecessary. I'll have a second spell bump. Yeah, it's probably for grindy matchups. What else? Do you think that the only thing that I also maybe would want to consider is playing Bloodghasts? But I think Bloodghast is a little bit of a low power card. So we'll be fine with Mem Knighting. Vengevine does have a secret lair version, but I think it is not on Magic Online. But that's a good point, let's check. Don't remember anyone returning that. Yeah, that's this version, but it just doesn't look weird enough to really want me to play it. Canister, do you mind explaining who you were able to build your collection online? I assume the question was meant to be how and not who. The answer is I was just playing for many years, and I am mostly a winning player on Magic Online despite what the stream might suggest at times, and I built up a collection by buying cards from the tickets I have won in tournaments that I played. Isn't the new creature from Bro that mills good enough? Phalagi Archaeologist that only returns non-creatures? That doesn't seem good. Oh, free creature for 2 mana? Doesn't seem good. Where is the top modern percent player in the mocks? I don't remember. But I had decent looking stats compared to other competitors. But I'm not I think Bob49 had higher modern win rate than me, but he had like over less than 1,000 matches. I had over 10,000. So I had a higher sample over which I performed. I mean, if 5 was like 25 tickets, yeah. Well, that's a decent amount, right? If you 5 a lot. 4-1 is some tickets to just do stuff. This seems like a keep. I think we lead on an island. Play Cockbook. Pass? Seems like that's the case. Maybe fetching the Watery Grave to play Asmo on the next turn. It's better. But we don't have anything good to discard, so it's not a priority to get Asmo to play. my opponent plays Prismatic Ending on the cookbook, what I actually do, I think, is go Memnite Emery. Who would win in a game of Magic, the average Twitch chatter or the average LGS EDH player? Twitch chatter. It's clear to me. Like, there's a pretty big filter to becoming a chatter, I think. You have to be interested in Magic enough to want to watch the stream. It's kind of requires some baseline level of investment. Point is torn. They don't know if they want to. What about an average Crocky's chatter? Damn. What if this Twitch chatter was Standy's new school enjoyer? Do you understand what average means? Maybe I play Saga Emery. The disaster scenario is if I get counterspelled into Teferi Bounce Saga. Maybe I play fetch black mana, play Emery. Probably get countered, but then I'm not committed to Sagaing yet, I think. If this results, if we mill the Daredevil, that's very good for me. If it gets counterspelled, we have the second one. If we mill Vengevines, it's good. If we mill Ledger Shredder and 2 Hedron Crabs, it's less good, but fine. Guess we also don't have an artifact to cast, but okay, they killed my thing. So seems like they're playing 4 color, which I think increases the likelihood of it a fairy. Grab Kahira. No, they had it very good. Well, it's not good that they have it necessarily, but... So, I guess I would like to draw some stuff. Vengevine is a good draw. Never lost to Kani IRL. Sample size 2. I don't remember 2 times playing twice against you. Only remember 1 match. So I guess you can discard the Vengevine to get it out this turn. Then you can go Asmo, Emery, Book, that seems good. I guess Emery first. So let's discard Vengevine, gonna attack the fairy. Gonna play Emery. Hopefully we don't mill over 3 books. We milled over Daredevil, that's okay. Play a second creature spell. Second team event in Torun was you were playing Blue Red Storm. My team lost before our match finished. Team event in Torun, you were playing Blue Red Storm. That had to be like 5 years ago. Blue Red Storm, I don't remember playing that deck ever. Replay it to get the Daredevil. Bros, this deck is insane. I like it. What is my opponent's silly Ketria shit control deck gonna do? Probably fall over and die. How's the Storm matchup? Pretty unclear, probably bad. Classic game 1 graveyard hype. Well, possible they're gonna what? Hate my graveyard? Destroy my sagas? They can't do both. Did you see the Asmogoreus deck? I don't believe so. I probably have seen a deck which combined those two cards in a single deck at say a certain point in my life, but I don't recall seeing anything like that recently. Asma seems better than the hook guy, definitely. Yeah, the hook guy, I'm not hooked on it. Goria through the breach. Oh, it's through the breach too. And Sullen Neonate, Overchest Elder, Grizzlebrand, Emrakul. Yeah, I mean, just cards. There's no through the breach though. Wait, what's the heck? Why does it say through the breach and there's no through the breach? Am I missing something? We also played team event in Belgium, but I was playing against your not nice friends. Was it Louis or Julien? That one I remember we played 3 Urza's decks. Where's the breach? There's no breach. I guess it's just archetype got you through the breach. There's no through the breach. Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting. To an extent. Also, we don't have any artifacts in the graveyard. Just awkward. Kill Asmo, sure bro. Like I care. Did a not nice friend play Fossam Casa and Deprived? No, I was playing that team event with Louis Deltour and Julio Henry Lisserk. And we played 3 times Urza, the Urza deck. With Thopter Sword. After Modern Horizons 1, before, after Looting Ban, I think. It was like right after Looting got banned. I think you keep the Mem Knight. Discard Mem Knight to cast it. Well, I could do that, but it's just worse than attacking. It was in Belgium, as Zerk said. I don't remember the name of the city. It was some kind of a weird chump named city. Where was it exactly? I don't remember. Genewka? To chyba nie była Genewka. Yes, Ghent. Okay, so I guess was Ghent. I don't have the spear in the main deck. We have Ether Spellbomb. 3 Urza deck is gross. Okay. I think my deck maybe should play some Springleaf Drums. Because not playing any is a little bit crazy. Dress down. Well, fuck you too, bro. Main deck dress down. Maybe Mox Amber. No, Springleaf Drum seems way better with a Mem Knight deck. And the Riddlesmith doesn't even work now, bro. Stop it. Guess Riddlesmith with no abilities. I should have drawn with the spell. Maybe I should have just gone Bobble to Bobble Emery. Because that I can recast. I forgot that I have Emery in play. Okay, I guess it was a dress down, so we couldn't have done that this turn. But I probably should have drawn immediately. Maybe you can prevent them from having the mana, but honestly, it doesn't even look good. They only have 4 cards in hand. Like, what we're gonna do? Grab Giganta. Nice share, thanks. Got many compliments on the share today. Which means that seemingly people enjoy the toucan theming. Could use my spell to to prevent them from drawing a card, which honestly might also be legit. Let's see what they target. Because what is really better, for me to draw an extra card or for them to draw one less? I think gonna bounce the Emery. Weirdly. What they're casting. Wow. Okay. Vengevine, Asmo. You know, we have the Riddlesmith, so we get to Riddlesmith twice. So we get to draw some extras. So it's lit by Emery because she mills 4. So she can hit Vengevines for this turn. Mage's Charm. I guess this is actually blue-white control? I don't know. I guess maybe not blue-white necessarily, but it seems to be a control deck. Let's draw something good. Two Vengevines milled. We might not have a trivial time casting 2 creature spells on the next time, but I only have 1 card. I should play my Emery. Why Riddlesmith doesn't say Artifact DTB? That'll be very strong. Typical. Expressive iteration. Into expressive iteration. Sure, bro. Did you see Justin
He's a
played Putin
phenomenal
Vintage
control
yesterday?
player.
I watched a little bit at midnight, but I was really tired yesterday at midnight, and I went to bed and I had the stream on the phone and I was looking at the things he was doing. It looked pretty cool. I didn't see the entire deck list, just that he was doing funky stuff. And then I fallen asleep and I didn't see anything else. So it was a nice experience, but that was it. They have a soul to the exile. They can grab Kahira and exile my creature. Breezy day. Thank you very much for your gifted sub. Can exile Emery. Okay. So we need to get lucky to draw 2 creatures, I guess. I know red root walla in this deck. I think it's a bit redundant to play them, and they're gonna be inconsistent for the most part. It's a bit redundant with the Daredevil, because once you draw a Daredevil, you don't actually need any more stuff. It would be great to be able to cast a creature spell from the graveyard. So too bad we don't have the Angler. Or the Troll. It's not a creature cast, but I mean, you could play like 2 Trolls maybe. Don't know if it's consistent enough. Scab Ruinator. Can you cast Scab Ruinator from your graveyard? Does it actually have that clause? Bloodgust is probably too small, but yeah, having a few copies of the something that can be played from the graveyard, especially if it's creature cast, that would be good. Maybe weirdly enough it is the Angler, but who knows. Now we start milling them, I think. We don't want to mill over more cards from my deck. I'm thinking. Well, you could mill the Fire Vengevine, but I think milling them is also a little bit real. Oh, probably not super real, but a tiny bit real. No, I guess I should. Merfolk's Secret Keeper. That seems worse than Crab. They tried to exile my Vengevine so I can kill them with the foods. Yielding Vengevines but no devils. You can't actually yield to devils because every time it goes into the graveyard it's a new object and doesn't actually work. And with Vengevine, I guess same thing. So doesn't really make a difference, but I like the sideboard. Is Month the only win condition of opponent's deck? Well, they have creatures in their deck. They have Ren. I don't know, maybe they have the Fairy for 5 mana if they play Archmage's Charm. But it's mostly just attacks you with creatures, yeah. What about some Thought Monitors? Maybe for the grindy matchups. Do you need the crabs? The crabs seems kinda bad. Let's replace the crabs with Thought Seizes. Like, it might be hard to trigger Vengevines at times. But we should manage. And Thoughtseize for the dress down seems pretty impactful, maybe. Spellbomb seems okay to our behalf to grab, but the other cards not really. Merfolk Secret Keeper better than Crab? No, Merfolk Secret Keeper is actually worse than the Crab. It just seems so super obvious to me that it's worse. I don't know, bros. Damn, Salvage Titan. Not sure if it's super functional. Free artifacts. It is a creature cast. Could have 1 or 2 Salvage Titans. What about more zombies and crawlers? It's impossible to fit. I also think this deck would want Springleaf Drum to have more mana than it does. It should look like it should have more mana. I think not enough artifact for Titan, unfortunately. Well, you'd add 4 Springleaf Drum. Actually. Maybe. Or then you could have one Titan or 2 Titans. Titan is probably better than Troll because it's a creature cast. The Troll is a bit better in general. I think we lead on a Thoughtseize. Because we have the second Thoughtseize, we can make them stack. Yeah. Yeah, let's take Ren. Citadel sounds a bit too wonky. Could also play Darkslick Shores and have a less painful mana base than what I have right now. Now I want you to drop and join with Titan. No, I'm not dropping with this. Who removed the docky modes? It was me. Because they made communication a bit hard. Their hand is this, so I can go Cockbook, discard, 2 Mem Knights and have 6 power. They need Solitude the Vengevine, I guess, which is good for me. I mean, I'm not left with super many resources, but... And Saga is not gonna be great with the dress down, but maybe they'll be inclined to fetch to cycle the dress down. Good. Vengevine without haste, this is crazy. It's not how it is normally. So I would like to draw Asmo, Emery, Flooded Strand. Good draw. I play the Daredevil now. I mean, probably. Seems kind of wasteful not to play it. They could Prismatic Ending the cookbook now they see I have the Daredevil anyways. Could you make a Witch's Cottage mana base? Sure, but why? So they have a Prismatic Ending in hand and 2 unknowns, 3 unknowns, I guess. Solitude was already played. Prismatic Ending my Daredevil, nice. Solid. Solid was already played on Vengevine. So don't you draw the second dress down, bro. Oh! Said Mem Knight dying. If I discard an artifact, can threaten to kill them. That seems wasteful if they actually have an interaction. Shadow Spear not in the deck, I didn't sideboard it in. So I think I'll get Memnite to add another lethal threat on the next turn. I'll attack them for 9 and play the Shredder. Well, but I guess assuming that they interact, then I don't really need the Memnite. If they don't interact and I have the Memnite, that's good though. They're at 1 life, so if they Omnath, they can even correct the fetch. Well, they can play Omnath and then gain life, but they don't play Rafts, right? I think most likely not. No discard Shredder for lethal. Well, as I was just done explaining, I think that I don't want to do that because they actually can survive, then it's like terrible, especially if it is a dress down. Because I think I can beat a dress down here. But if the second Saga Shredder, I just play, 2 more constructs, the things, pow pow. We can finish end with the Mem Knight, etc. It was an easy 2-0. Great deck. Two considers. Good idea. This seems like a keep, I guess. I am on the drive. My plan plays it on Ragavan. It's gonna be awkward, but I guess I'll just take a hit. Maybe. But I really don't want to. Because they will counterspell my thing then. The Aswan Book Daredevil seems a good shell. It's fine. I wouldn't necessarily call it good though. Oh no, my Daredevil. I would rather them counter Riddlesmith if they counter. Okay, so now I'll play the Mem Knight because we're gonna make the
He's a
Saga
phenomenal
constructs.
control player.
Nice deck.
Thanks, Uguziano. You've got a nice deck too. Just creating tons of game objects enables lots of possibilities, yes. Bro, Sragavan should have the freaking can't play on the play clause. It's way too strong. As is. Can get Ether Spell and bounce the Emery to our hand. I think we need to make a construct here to block because my other plays are weak. Yeah, let's do that. I hope they make a modern playable bazaar soon. Sure. Sometimes you just say stuff in this chat, Da Vinci. Certainly say stuff. Faithless looting would be based, though. Imagine banning -1 card at disadvantage cantrip. This is unfair, bros. Kills all my stuff. Would draw 1 discard 2, no tap for mana replayable. Probably. You would need Asmo. I think what we need is Asmo, so we get Ether Cogbook. It's a good permanent way to give creatures hexproof. Just forever in the game. I mean, the thing is, yeah, respond to... I guess Asmo is not even good here because... Ceticism. Solid card. I mean, my point is going to Unholy Heat, the Ledger Shredder, just attack me, I'll die. Simply so. I don't know why we even play. Then I will untap, maybe I play a card, they will counterspell it.
He's a phenomenal control player.
3 years Canipogas.
Thank you, Runst, for the 3 years of support. That is very nice that you have taken those 3 years out of your life to fully support me. You made a 6/6. It's a bit odd. Tapped. So you're saying there is a chance. Small. Small. So again, we don't have any ways to cast stuff from the graveyard, so I think we are screwed. Maybe Aswa. Maybe he shouldn't have blocked with Emery. Gain 6. Maybe they have a second dragon. I don't know. If we had Salvage Titan in the deck now, we could mill towards it. Although I guess we would not have the crab. So I don't know if it actually helps. Also, we wouldn't have enough artifacts in the graveyard. If I go to 8, block this, take 7. Take 6. That needs Devoted Druid. Why? Mildasmo, no! Alright, do whatever, bro. Kill me. Consider. I hope you draw a bubble. I guess they didn't want to give me a connive. Actually makes sense not to cast it. You won. Smerek take the Gatekeeper deck. Well, I think we would win this game in 1000 ways if I was on the play, but I wasn't. Definitely Gate kept me, like, on the draw. Gate keeps pretty hard. Okay, I skipped turn 1, I didn't have a blocker. Also, not sure if this is actually playing Michel's bubble. Plays Zemri, so it probably should. I think Hammer is more gatekeeping. No, I don't know. No, I would not. I don't feel that way. I think I'll have 2 Nile Spellbombs for the 2 crabs because they heavy DRC, then we can take them out Delirium to win races, which I think we're going to fight ourselves in. Shadow Spear I don't like versus Blue Red because they pay 1 mana, you pay 2 mana, you equip, they pay 1 mana, they kill your thing, and you're like, oh, I guess that didn't quite work out the way I wanted to. Crab always seems worst card in the deck. Well, that just because it is. Memnite blocked the monkey. We even had the Memnite in the previous game. I just didn't play it on turn 1 because I wanted to play Riddlesmith and get a trigger off of it, but then my opponent did stuff. Red Arbor does not trigger Vengevine because you don't cast Red Arbor, you discard it. You play it as a land. So it does not trigger Vengevine. Does not help. Nice to Ren, the little man. That is true. Can you melt the Asthma Vengevine in half with Breach Grinding Station by replacing black with red? Sure. It's great draw. But it doesn't sound good to me at all. But you could do that. You're gonna connive so much better. We actually not gonna connive now. We mailed people with grinding station cookbook too. Who's we? Did I play that? I have some vague recollection of doing that. It's very vague. Of having cookbook and yes, I remember it. I played that deck, yeah. The thing is that the Asmo deck, when it doesn't come together, it has plenty of blanks. And you have more blanks if you do it this way. Which is not great necessarily. Because then you draw like hands that absolutely make zero sense. Yeah, the Riddleman just draws a card for every artifact I play. Is the vintage version of the deck that LV1 posted any good? I've seen him playing that yesterday a little bit, but I didn't see the deck list. I just seen a game, and every roster was a pleasant surprise. Hard to say if it's good. Wow, Serum Visions. But it was cool. Consider artist Riddlesmith dude looking up the skies. Actually, no. It's from Mirrodin. They killed the Riddlesmith over Asmo, yeah, that's some respect. Maybe you can play Riddlesmith in the Vintage Challenge. Maybe I can, but I'm not going to be streaming this weekend because I'm spending Christmas with family. So I will do a short stream tomorrow in the morning. And after that, I go drive to Radom, where my father lives, to where I'm going to spend Christmas. So no streams until Tuesday, Wednesday now, and maybe even. Do you not Christmas with Kasia? I do not know. We do not. Maybe next year. It's considering like going to two places. It's kind of two different directions and a long drive in the middle of Christmas. Will there be a carp in the bathtub? No. There will be carp without a bathtub. So we don't care about Merktide, so let's just go, well, just play Ledger Shredder into Hedron Crab and kill them. So I guess we have to make the foods first. Yeah, and this deck, the crab makes very little sense because you don't actually have enough stuff to mill over. Yeah, I just want to mill, and the first Daredevil matters, but every subsequent one doesn't. What's your opinion on Stealthseeker versus Shredder? Shredder is a good card. Stealthseeker is a 1-2. That's Christ. I guess it draws the sagas. Might not be too bad. But I don't want to play green spell, I think, necessarily. Gonna play 4 Darksix Shores for sure. Might over Crabvine as Ragavan, potential Hearse or Moon. Guess on the draw, you're probably right. Let's do that. Maybe like even 3 mites. 1 spell bump. A spell on the draw also kind of sketch. What a hand. I think we're gonna move. What a hand. I guess we're gonna keep. This was the vintage deck if you wanted to remove the mystery. I kinda don't want to click the link because I enjoyed it being mysterious, but let's take a look. Daredevil, Force of Vigor, Vengevine. Yeah, because I've seen the Secluded Courtyard, which was kinda wild. Cavern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lots of Moxen. Asmo, Rutwala. So we have Bazaar, Hollow One. Oh shit, this deck is cool. Get the normal Rutwala, like Vengevine stuff. Get Force of Vigor. So I've got most of the stuff that's good in the Bazaar deck. Although chat said it seemed not actually good in practice. The not nice thing about this hand is that I will literally lose to a counterspell as it stands. Why don't you ever play the vintage leagues? I sometimes I play them, but they actually... Sometimes you have to wait for 10 minutes to find an opponent, especially in EU time, I think. And if you wait for the innate time, it gets better. Asmo could convoke Hogak, maybe it's worth. I remember playing Asmo in a Bazaar deck, but I think my build was bad. And didn't actually make much sense, but I did play Asmo Hogak. Is it innate time now? I don't think so. No, this is fine with the queue time. Okay, a few weeks ago I tried to find a vintage match. And I just couldn't. They draw a bubble, that's good for me. Although they do have Delirium, which is bad for me. Oh no, we even have the Daredevil. Don't kill my Shredder. Don't heat. Don't heat. No, don't heat. Bro, no, not red mana. No, you ruined it. Boxwalkers is not on Modo yet, no. They said on MTGO forums that the Warhammer 40k cards are... I think they want to add the entire decks second quarter of 2023, so... It's gonna be a while. Now everything is ruined. I needed the Shredder to do anything, bro. No, even if Shredder lived, I don't do anything. Play Memnite for Vengevine there. Oh, on the previous turn, I could have. Shit, that's true. It's probably worth it. But it is a bit rough that we literally don't have spells. We draw a cookbook. And they don't counterspell cookbook. We could explode. What's your 2023 resolutions? I don't have any. That's a cookbook. Thoughts on playing the Daredevil? Seems good. If they spend an interaction, it's okay. And if they don't, then it's deals 8 damage. I don't want the Mem Knight. I don't want to let them connive. Maybe that's wrong. But if they make a 3-5 Shredder, then it's... You know, I need to save the Mem Knight for double Vengevine returning later. If they make a 3-5, then it doesn't really do anything. No, bro! Why you play cards? They do so much stuff and all that. It's a good draw. Should have returned my Vengevine without being silly about it. Can counterspell this, but then you have 2 big constructs too. It's kinda fine. So just hoping that they won't also have Dress Down on top of everything. It might be Ether Spellbomb Gaming, TBH. And Vengevine Hardcasting Gaming. It is Ether Spellbomb Gaming officially. I think. You have 2 mana conspicuously. Probably should better get get black, but it's kinda close. Actually, I don't know. Because they threaten to kill me if they have counterspell. Or a removal spell. They discarded Brotherhood Sand, so they probably have something fine. So I think it has to be Ether Spellbomb Gaming. Obviously I let them connive the Merktide Regent. Okay, that was terrible. We have dress down, okay. Well, my deck seemed a little bit fragile at a certain time. Maybe my hand was not a great keep, actually. It could be the case. But unfortunately, it does appear that we got out Merktided pretty hard. Serum Visions Merktide nonetheless. That's even a second Serum Visions this game that they played. So you have at least 2 Serum Visions. At a certain point in time, Serum Visions used to be an untouchable part of Merktide decks. You had to play 2 Serum Visions because they were sorceries for Delirium, and then people cut them, and you still have Delirium for the most part, I guess. So that's a pretty interesting character development. But everybody also complained how weak Serum Visions is, and I don't know if it is. Now people realize. Well, do they? I mean, I guess my point is playing both of the cards that we talked about. Unfortunately, was not able to withstand Murktide's power, but I'm gonna keep this. Maybe the crab will mill over a Daredevil. I could play Cookbook first. So I can't get my crab removed. If I draw Memnite, I get 2 creature spells. So it does make sense to hold the crab. Urza's Mine. Huh, that should be an easy matchup. Actually, I don't know, I'm fucking scared. I think I'll play the Riddlesmith now to spend 2 mana. Can't play Crab plus Asmo that way. Sure. But also don't want to just discard a random card, I think. Like, I could discard Cookbook to get another one, get the Asmo play, but I think it's rarely that you want to rush out Asmo in such a way. They got Boseju who endures, surprisingly. I think making a contact here is going to be fairly weak, so we should try to go for a stronger turn. Let's go Crabster, Millster, Daredevils, okay. Fetch. We milled no Vengevines. Cockbook. Draw. Discard. What could be better? Asmo. Cockbook. Attack for 2. And you get to play. Pow. Okay, personally, if I were to play Murktide, I would definitely play the card Ledger Shatter in it because it is very strong. To go back to the tangent of Ledger Shatter being the most terrible card ever that one could play. I think that's simply not true. I think it's in the top half cards. What is this deck? Question mark, exclamation mark. It's a Vengevine summoning amalgamation. We are using Riddlesmith, Ledger Shatter, Daredevil, Cockbook, Asmo, and many cross synergies. Shredder is fine, but the worst card in Murktide. Damn. Could maybe say that, but here we are in a bit of a pickle because Oblivion Stone seems good against my board state. We need to get to Vengevines immediately, I guess. Any needle, not main deck. So we're just gonna have to power through it. If you mill over Vengevines, then we fine. Haywire kills, so do we get green? Once again, it is a pre-board game, so those will not help. I'm happy they spent this member on Asma because that actually doesn't accomplish anything from my perspective. But yeah, we don't have Haywire Might in the main deck. We have a Ledger Shredder. No point in making a construct for the Oblivion Stone, except for, I guess, if we actually want to force the Oblivion Stone activation, then it's kind of okay. But I think I want to maybe Cookbook back in Asmo. Awkwardly. Sidestep stuff a bit. I mean, Andre have great time, great way to force stuff. Seems to me like it's Misha's bubble time. Because we don't really force my opponent to do much stuff. Oh yeah, Emery seems like a good card to grab. To mill over the Vengevines. Seems like Tron is a little bit less of a trivial matchup than I initially believed. I think this deck would be significantly better if we could play 6 bench vines. Or 8. Or maybe even 10. They do the social speed, which is not a good sign. Because if they play Karn afterwards, then they will have a Karn, which is gonna be not good. Just the map. Much happier about that. Oh, second Oblivion Stone. Ah, ja pierdolę. Hey, Mr. Streamer Guy, take my sub. Enjoy. Thank you very much for the sub. Guess I'll make constructs to force the Oblivion Stone. Doesn't feel very strong, but it's an option. Any concluding thoughts on the breach deck after playing it for a while? I seem to get trampled by UR with the deck despite better players telling me breach is favored in the matchup. I don't know if breach is favored in the matchup, but I seem to be winning against that deck, against blue-red with breach, generally speaking. I mean, I don't really have concluding thoughts on it, but it is a deck I enjoy playing and I will be playing for a while. Looking good spot for us here. Quite the opposite, it actually looks pretty bad. Riddlesmith, you know, doing Riddlesmith stuff, which is to impress. I think my opponent made a mistake exiling my Saga. If they exiled my Watery Grave, I think I had no chance. Do I board out the combo out versus Merktide? I do, yeah. -2 station, -1 or 2 Ambers and minus Graveshot, and you bring cards. And then just, you know, Breach is a great grindy card in the matchup, so you can just play a grindy game. And I see no reason to try to combo them because Station is -1 card every time you draw it. No need to risk that. Although opinions on that seem to be divided between some players, but it's the way it's been working for me, so that's how I play. Mr. Crabster. If I mill my last cookbook, it's gonna be pretty bad. So I'd prefer not to mill my last cookbook, but I would prefer to mill 3 Vengevines. Can I, please? No. All my Vengevines seems to be hidden quite deeply in my deck. Well, somehow on 12 life though. They did cast a Dismember and I attacked them with what? Riddlesmith twice? So 3 Vengevines actually kills them. And it does seem like they're flooded and somehow not doing anything. The card was a bit wasted. Urza's Saga ×2 in Tron, okay. They make the constructs, but that's fine. Not very relevant, feels like. Vengevine discarded based. So we go for the cookbook, I believe. Discard Daredevil. Is it just you or is Twitch messing with video quality settings? Settings, source, 1080p. It's just you. Smell some Vengevines. 1, 2, 3, 4, let's go. We milled 1 extra Vengevine. Fine. Can also play the Memnite to trigger the Riddlesmith. We're gonna keep 2 spells in hand. Sometimes defaults you to 480p. It does that for me too. It defaults me like when I watch Twitch often. Maybe not nowadays, but it used to. When I had a stream left on, after some time it just turned the stream into 480p or 240, and I didn't see shit. Does that if your internet is bogged down? Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense that that will be the case. Holy shit, I forgot Corn and Karn. Corn Liberated. They did collab, yeah. It's an entire album of that, I think. Karn and Silex collab, yeah. Is Tron playing Saga normal nowadays? No, it's slightly abnormal. Relic? Bro. Game 1. Wasn't better to keep Vengevine in hand for the upcoming Relic. Well, seems like it was. They didn't think they'll have Relic game 1, but it's reasonable for Tron to have Relic anyways. So probably should have expected that. Now they'll cast a UG and I'll cry. Kurde, no, bro. Eugene. Why? Here I thought it's okay. Just one Vengevine left in my deck. Which It's not super helpful. And it's also not there. My opponent has some lands in their deck in general. Urza's Factory is amongst them. So I won't be able to trigger the Vengevine. They're gonna have 2 constructs. You won this battle, bro. If I kept the Vengevine in hand, we actually would have been kind of fine. Well, not really fine. I think Thoughtseize might be a decent tool against Tron. What, why? Maybe they just play all the Urza's lands for flavor purposes. I think Needle against Tron, Oblivion Stone Tron especially, good. Maybe you can have 1 Might. Could have Relics. You can also kill Sagas. They also kill Sagas. Let's cut the crabs and play Mites. And maybe let's cut 2 Bobble. No, Bobble is important for my cards. I don't think Thoughtseize is good enough to sideboard it. And it seems impossible to cut cards from this deck. Maybe Asmos, not good against Tron. How do you needle Asmon paper? You play Perfect Needle and you say, I am naming a card. Asmorano Mardikada Istina Kuldakar. And then opponent says, I understood you perfectly. You are needling Asmorano Mardikada Istina Kuldakar. Just say the name of the card. It's simple. I think you added a few extra letters on that word. Well, just read the card and you're gonna know. I think we want to keep Haywire Might on turn 1. Do we? For Vengevine? Maybe I want to spend the first bubble to find the Daredevil. Yeah, actually let's do that. Bro, so you're gonna turn 3, return Vengevine. It's gonna show my point so good. How does it work for mutes? Well, just point at the card. You should manage. Bro, so you might no longer reanimate Vengevine on turn 3. It doesn't actually work. This is so frustrating. It doesn't work. Whoops. This is so disappointing that it doesn't actually work. Maybe we can might the relic. I guess we can pledge a Shatter Bubble. Yeah, I guess that works. We just can do that. So it's frustrating that I didn't understood it myself. Bro, it's so frustrating, by the way. Lamau. Guess there is a chance to cast 2 spells, but it's a small one, so let's push the bubble. And if I do a carry with my graveyard, not much. If you could define what an edgy music would be, it would be this one. Okay. Can patch all the Riddlesmiths because we don't need them anymore. And you can perform an all-out attack on my opponent by going pow pow. 8 and then 8 again, and they can do anything on turn 3. Like, they shouldn't have Oblivion Stone mana on turn 3 if they have only 2 of those. Probably an extra green is better here, actually. I don't know what awesome means, but certainly something very worthwhile. Which I'm actually kidding, probably not really all that worthwhile. Hi, chatting, indeed. Fulek, czemu mnie gryziesz? O co ci chodzi? Guess we submit. Keep? Not entirely sure if this hand gets there. Opponent's playing Tron, and they start on an Urza's land. But it's suck. What they doing, bro? I think we fetch green. There's actually like some downside to fetching green now. I should fetch black because I have black cards. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have fetched. Jud's combo. Very good question. Seems like they're just... That's not even scrying. So odd. What they did. Taiwan Saga. Wow, to fulek. Jezus no. Proszę cię, nie gryź tego. I think I'd rather play Emery. Mill the Vengevine. Okay, I guess let's go. I think Riddlesmith is a little bit of a low power card and actually probably shouldn't be played in this deck from what I've seen. Unfortunately. Like Ledger Shredder is nice, but this guy not so much. Would Steel Seeker be good? No, it would be the same thing. Where I would never want to play it to commit 2 mana to playing it, because it's a 2 mana creature that needs to stay on the battlefield with weak stats. It trades down for removal, and it does not provide advantage on board at all, but inside in your hand. You finally solved this riddle that he should not be played, yeah. Unfortunately. Hello, Mr. Streamer. I know it does not have anything to do with the current content being delivered by you, but what's your favorite cube archetype? Not sure I have a favorite. I like many archetypes. Storm is fine. But it's not my favorite.
He's a
Because for the most part you can't even
player.
build it.
I went to add my daily Gakimachi song to the queue and wasn't subscribed.
But I like decks that have a more defined theme than decks that are just random interaction spells, 4 colors and planeswalkers. Those are not nice. Those do not spark joy, as they say.
He's a phenomenal control player.
4 5 6 7 8. Okay, we kill. Minsk isn't cube now. Yeah, cards like Minsk, that's like the anti. That's not cool. 6 7 8 9 10 11. Can we dodge Force of Vigor, bros? Any plans to do cube on stream? I'll play cube tomorrow morning. I'll do a cube stream of 1 cube. Jeszcze jedno. It is interesting that it is called a cube. Yeah, I don't know why exactly. Because it does not seem to have a shape of a cube. We only have 6 green sources if we do that, so we can't even... Well, 10 for the might. Why not minus Shredder Smith, minus Heartfelt Plan, plus Hollow One, Burning Quest, etc. instead, bro? I think you just broke it. It's because you have to play Salvage Titan. It's just needed. Anyone has an idea why it's called a cube anyway? I believe the first cube was kept in a box that was a cube. Okay. Have you ever wondered why we use terminacja in Poland while no one else uses a similar word for the same thing? Because the match terminates. It's gonna finish. But yeah, it's a bit... I wonder about that too. What's terminacja? It's the 5 extra turns when you run out of time in a match. End of time the round, the judge shouts Terminacja! Aktywny gracz kończy swoją turę, a potem gramy 5 dodatkowych tur. And the active player says okej, moja jest zerowa. That's how it goes in Poland mostly. Does that also invoke a Patronus? No, it just informs players to it's time in the round. What's your top 3 Polish MTG judges? I don't have a ranking of them. I don't know if Grochu is still judging, but he's been a pretty good judge when he was. He does not judge anymore, I think, but he was in Warsaw for a brief moment. This sucks. Medino Ney is gonna be playing Living End, most likely. Guess Mool again. Keep. Bottom. Bottom. I guess. Maybe better keep Riddlesmith over Shredder if we expect Living End. Can you please draw more than one land? No. Can't do. Imagine the first cube was kept in a banana-shaped bag. We would have vintage banana and arena banana. No, that name probably wouldn't stack, so you would have some crap like arena custom draft and modern custom draft. We got griefed, which was pretty bad for me, but Emery is a great draw. Two Shadows and Asma in the graveyard, that's good. 16 or 17 lands in mono white midrange cube, that depends on your curve. If your curve is cringe, you play 16. If your curve is base, you play 17. But more lucky 17, those decks actually enjoy more mana. Show me the forest again, bro. I will draw. I don't have instants. I should have probably wait on those, but I'm curious to see what I'm gonna draw. Wow. 2 Mem Knights. Worth the wait. Fortunately, Merino didn't flip 20 creatures in the graveyard immediately, just some creatures. Is it actually good for you to do so? Probably yes. Why it took my asthma, not a memnite? I mean, I don't think I'm in that bad of a spot here. Can take 15. Tofu, no, nie gryź mi kabla. Ła, ale masz ostre zęby, no. Sadziłem w ryj. Rękę to masz ostre. No weź, spuść ten kabel, no. The cable from my headphones is like curled like this. And the way it dangles, it's just really attractive for Tofu. So he sometimes sits on my lap, but then he gets caught up in the cable, and then he bites it, and then I don't want him to break my cable. Why not triple block one of the serpents? Because I want to keep my shredders. Yeah, I guess I should triple block a serpent. That's even better. If I play Nosotawara, it's gonna be bad. I believe from the bubble we've seen forests and I don't know what else. Actually, I don't know what else we've seen. The Outburst? So he revealed 26 cards from Violent Outburst, starting with Violent Outburst. So we just seen Forest 5 times. Does the deck feel good? Not so much. Where do you sell tickets to? Ask Rich Creek 91. No, I don't know who that is. I don't know if Mana Traders buys tickets, but I know that Card Hoarder does. Does this deck feel good? Not super. Feels okay. Kinda bad, you know, kinda junky. Kinda junky cards in it, but it does cool stuff. Mana Traders buys tickets and they have great prices for subscribers. O, okej. Uważaj, to może skarbowa. No młoda, mówisz? How does it compare to Asmo times Eve? It looks like a similar
He's a phenomenal control player.
strength
The
of
Eva
a deck.
Franco.
Slust kind of looks like an aspiring spike deck. I mean, any unknown deck looks like aspiring spike deck. Fine, got disconnected and reconnected. I don't know if they're going to attack me ever or not, but seems like there is some internet problems. Do I have a card of the year for 2022? Yes, it's Obnixilis in the suit. It's being the most powerful Planeswalker printed in 2022, or at least so we thought. If they have Otawara to bounce from underneath my triple block, then I'm screwed. Hopefully they won't. Had the same idea. Some thought, I don't know if I should feel bad. Why would you feel bad? Point is Brazilian. Take my other Asmo? No, my cookbook? I don't know, this card seems weird. Why they discard the card I discard? Doesn't make sense. Kinda. Weź tam stopę, no, zmień kabla. O. You're making fascist apology in the description message. I'm very sorry. Oh, I mean Sergio, Viva Franco. I don't know who's Franco. Yeah, don't post that maybe. I have 6 lives, so I can let a creature through, so if I have 5 blockers I can block. If for some reason Asmo is alive. You could play another 1-3 and this, which I guess makes sense. Kurwa, czytać mi nie każcie, no. Jutro. We're not gonna be killing anything with Asmo, so I guess the Shatter is actually better. Okay, nice living end, bro. Cockbook, pass. I mean, I guess it is pretty nice because we're gonna take some heavy damage from the constructs now. Gonna make a construct. Gonna put one of the guys into my graveyard. I'm actually gonna keep it there. And we can 2, 4, 3, 5, 1, 3. Something like this. Seems like a good, okay. Ale cringe ta zwrotka. No ta oliwka to jest, ja pierdzielę. No, nie oddaję. We stable? Unfortunately, no. Opponent performed a unfair interaction action. Alright, let's get the cook. We only has 2 cards. Actually, I'll return it because it's super annoying to not return it on Modo. Play Hedron Crab. Do I have the island? Tofu, zasłaniasz. Make construct, pass. Now we're gonna have a big construct to block the Brazil. Ideally, I should have Daredevils in my graveyard to return them from living end. Or at least, you know, just need one. Don't need any more Daredevils. Really. Let me guess. You thought I was dead. Yeah, thought so. You thought I was dead, chat, but we're still grinding. Have I waked up? Waked up? Yeah, I guess. I did. Can use a cookbook to return a creature. Emery, not Emery, Asmo. Oh, you mean the song? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Yeah, good song. Let's get a Mem Knight. And you're going to perform an all-out attack with the construct token. Trade for 2 constructs for 2 guys with the construct, and if opponent living ends again, then should favor me. Because my graveyard has many monsters. I guess the danger is that Emery mills me out. Because I have 2 Emerys in my graveyard. 3 Emerys in my graveyard. So that's dangerous. Seed Wraithy. No nie, no bo zabiję je tymi tokenami z Asmo. And opponent would need an outburst. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think I should have maybe kept another Daredevil. No, because they have 2 discards. So I don't search for the book, no point. I mill 12 cards. So I guess opponent's out is to mill me. We still have a cookbook in the deck. They targeted who with the guy? With the look at the top cards card. The log doesn't tell me who was targeted by the architects. They targeted Self. Alright, let's draw. Hedron Crab. Can connive a lot. Can I kill this then? No, no way I can kill. Can kill the flyer, steal 6.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Baker's Yearpog.
Baker's Year. I don't know what's a Baker's Year, but thank you. Point very close to killing you with another living ends. They're not only very close, they actually are killing me with another living end, so that is actually the case. If I draw a land, I can mill them with the crabs to maybe hit a living end out of their deck. Because they stacked top 3, so they put Cascade on top if they had it there. Too bad connive is mandatory, yeah. Got 8 foods, we kill 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures. But we can't kill in no way. Thank you for the Radiant Drake. So I think it is beneficial for me to play the Mem Knight to return the Vengevine. I know it doesn't really matter. The Vengevine's still the flyers on that matter only. But we get the Vengevines. I don't know if I even have more lands. But we get Freako Knives to find fetch to mill them for 6. Well, probably not for 6. For free. Quaker. Okay. Too bad, no wonder in the deck. Yeah. Yeah, Wonder is good actually, should probably be in the deck. Next turn should kill. The shadows alone gonna be 9, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blockers versus my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ground attackers. Yeah. And we can kill 2 more creatures. So hopefully my opponent doesn't have an extra cascade. Or hopefully they draw Living End. Vengevine. Alright, so can you Living End now? No, Canister wins. Okay, this game looked kinda bad, but those decks have a funnily good matchup versus Living End because Living End is actually not particularly well equipped at doing with that stuff. Just have Haywire Mites because they board ley line sometimes. Actually, let me check. Let's see, last decklist of Melinone. Whoa. A month ago. Had 3 Leyline of the Void, okay. Let's go by that. Now Spellbomb. I think I don't actually really want Flaster against them. Because I don't think I can fit it. Crab seems okay, Ether Spellbomb not. Like, I don't think I can fit the Flaster, and I don't think it's really what favors me. Maybe it shouldn't be there then. Very possible. I mean, the sideboard for this deck is mostly just built from cards that are there in the deck. So maybe cut to Emery because of the danger of getting self-mail. That goes potentially kind of real. Hedron Crab is mostly okay because it fills my graveyard. You can trim Riddlesmiths on the basis of being weak. And I don't know, Memnite. But I can feed the Flasters on top of everything else. This end I'll keep. Hopefully no Leyline. But if Leyline we can Saga to find a Haywire Mite. Obviously it's gonna take a while. Good. Ładnie było dla do Shadow na Kaskadera. No ładnie, ładnie. So what, breeding pool? Let's keep the spells to connive. Plaster seems stronger than Smith, TBH. I don't know. Well, as a card, generally speaking, yes. But in this matchup, if the goal that I would want to... Like, I don't necessarily... I'm not worried about Living End. About beating them post-Living End. So, I think I don't need to Fluster because a better plan versus the card Living End is to make my graveyard match theirs. Okay. I've seen a Riddlesmith deck, but it was vintage. Yeah. But yeah, there's a good chance that Riddlesmith is not a powerful enough card to really warrant a slot in a deck where you want to play it. That you want to play it, and I think that's actually quite likely. I think the odds of Riddlesmith being meme and not actually good is high. But Asmo Vengevine seems pretty cool. In some ways, like the Salvage Titan tech seems neat too. Not sure if good, but... Hello, Mr. Streamer, please come to Brazil. Why would I go to Brazil? I think I can play the Mem Knight because my opponent living against here, then the Vengevine in the graveyard is still very much easy to return. And it puts pressure on them. Don't do it. Brazil is a trap. In what way? Discard Asmo to get Asmo. I think better than a Daredevil because Daredevil is actually good. We can make a construct now. Or we could play Emery. If we make a construct, how big is it gonna be? Not that big. We get Vengevine if we draw a second creature spell from the connive. I think I prefer not to make the Saga token. But instead I'll get the Cogbook. Second Cogbook. Emery. I should have discarded. I should have made it so that I get You know, the Asmo tokens, I discard a land for no reason. So yeah, the River Winder is a bit awkward to deal with, but we also have Emry, Nile Spellbomb, Emry Memnite to block them. Can block with Vengevine, Emry Memnite, Vengevine. And nice living end opponents as they don't do anything. Can play land. Play the Nile Spellbomb from my graveyard. Knife. Draw. Discard. Return the guy. Discard. I think we are favored now. Can wait and win with constructs. Would Maze of Ith be modern playable? I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be playable like with grindy decks, for sure. But maybe in some situations that would be a removal spell you would turn into. If you had some synergies, for example, Primal Titan searching Maze of Ith. That doesn't sound super good, but potentially you could do that. Yeah, they don't even attack the Swamp Walker, that's true. Alright, you convinced me to kill your Street Wraith. That's too much. Canister, please play cubes so I can stream snipe you, thanks. Tomorrow you can stream snipe me. I will stream a Vantage Cube before leaving. Actually, we are 3-1 with this deck. I think despite Riddlesmith. Riddlesmith looked pretty nice the first game, but besides that, I think playing 4 Springleaf Drum, maybe even a few extra 0, then it's not good to have a few extra zeros. But then you open the Springleaf Drum Saga starts where you turn 2 Saga.
He's a phenomenal
And turn
control
3, that's
player.
really good against Murktide. and people in general. You have more shitty artifacts in your deck to exile from your graveyard with the Salvage Titan. And you can Salvage Titan with the foods. And for grindy matchups, you can play Pod Monitor. Which is probably doesn't make sense because Pod Monitor is under card that doesn't actually do anything before you start rolling, but it helps you when you do not roll yet. Yeah, I don't know. Starring Darkness, thank you very much for a Prime Gaming sub. Very based. Incredible hand. Guess I'll keep it actually. Hello, Mr. Counselor. Have you played no Ren Timur yet? No, I played one Ren Timur and two Ren Timur, but no Ren Timur yet. And it's not a good deck, in my view, particularly. Just random mid-range cards which are good enough, cobbled together in some ways, but the Saga mid-range failed to impress me once again. Wow, another deck breaking Salvage Titan. Unfortunately, we only added Salvage Titan after we played our first round, so we don't actually have Salvage Titan in the deck. You take Asmo inexplicably. When if you take Underworld Cookbook, my hand literally doesn't do anything. I guess you take the Cookbook with the first one, but like they take two Asmos, that's weird. Okay. Sure, bro. That was terrible. It's literally such a bad discard. Like, why don't you take the Cookbook? The only card that does anything in my hand. You have two discards, two options to get it right. Yeah, two opportunities to get it right, but now you're gonna discard Asmo. I'm pro stream sniping, changed my mind, but only when I do it. I think it's not cool that it's a possibility, but that nature of the world is so that is an option, and I don't fault people too much for that, but I don't like when they do that to me. No, Hidden Crab is my cat is cat already. That was also the first match realization that Hedron Crab is no good. And that I would rather have a Springleaf Drum mana base. Maybe Highwire Bind is main deckable enough. Now they have 3 cards, so they can Fury, Combat Trick, Fury, and win. And I'll be like, not cool, bro, not cool. Or it's gonna be Blood Moon. Sure. But it's unfortunate to not have mana. Ooh, that's a very good draw. Also gives him back the Daredevil. Damn, that's super good. Because you can just gain foods while drawing 2 cards per turn. And you can crack the foods. Just to not lose the race. Yeah, Asmo was probably good too because you can play her with the moon, but it was definitely a top draw in my deck. I'm not gonna pretend to my opponent that I am someone I am not. I'll just gain their life. And I will send the Vengevine over. Ether Spell Bomb, useless with no blue mana. Season Pyro, Descent. What do you discard? Turak. Nice. So yeah, I guess Asmo is the best draw. We have 2 Asmo discarded now. Because my opponent wisely chosen them earlier in the game. Don't think I can meaningfully raise them. So I guess I will pass. We gain 3 life per turn and we draw 2 cards. Just good stuff. Yeah, I have a Vengevine with which I can block, so that's also good stuff to block with Vengevine. Literally drawing lands would be pretty great. Ah, wow, yeah, that is lots of damages suddenly. They have Malaki Rebirth in hand too. And a card they can't cast soon. I guess I can't quite do all that much. In middle over a Mem Knight, so I can play a Mem Knight. Not super, because we kind of die now. If I play Mem Knight, Cookbook gain 3 life. I mean, Seems to be the case. Giving myself a shot of drawing an Asmo. They draw a Void Walker, which is gonna be useless. They have Valkyrie Berth, and we can assume something else that's useless. It could be that they have Grief, then that would not be fully useless. Probably shouldn't have gotten the Mem Knight, instead just should have... No, but we can survive the next turn too, the Mem Knight, so... I think it's better. What we can survive is returning Asmo, but... We'll see. Vengevine. So what we could do is we could try to draw an island or a Memnite if spell bomb crack draw. Versus we or Asmo. So that is raz, dwa, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 draws. And that puts me in a okay, decent spot even. Alternatively, I don't crack the spell on this turn, but next turn, and assuming they don't draw anything that changes the combat math, I can spend this turn returning Memnite, playing the Ether Spell Bomb, blocking twice, once again cracking a food. Which gives me more foods if I end up drawing an Asmo, or potentially... It's mostly the same, but it gives me a draw step, I guess. But also gives me a draw step. I'm not sure, maybe their draw step is better. DPH. They drew a Delta. So if there is a Fury in their hand, but doesn't seem like that is the case. This is not an island. But it lets me crack 2 foods, which puts me to 8, and they have 7 power. So I can play Mishra's Bubble now. Crack 2 food tokens. Seems to make sense. Not gonna even die to a removal spell. I'll do it now because I'm just curious, but they could try Thoughtseize Grief. They could summon the second Grief. I guess I can mill it, but I mill it myself rather. For more Vengevine. I think Grief is not a super draw for them, but I guess if I draw something good, then they can punish me now. To me, or does the intro of this song kind of sound like the intro of Raiden 2? It's just you. It's literally just you. Dead to Dead, they draw Grief, so the only new play that is open to them is Grief. Grief scams, they can perform the trick. Fortunately, we didn't draw anything useful. Okay, so the last card is... What did they exile? The last card is Malaki Rebirth, I think. Actually, no. We don't know that? Is it the Blood Crypt? Actually, not sure. I lost track. Skunk. Okay, let's draw something good. Actually, with 5 lands, the line available to me is to summon Asmo from the graveyard. Seems like a good line. Oh no, I didn't need to discard that because I could have first. We also get the Vengevines. Can also mill the third Vengevine and just kill. I have failed to do so. His last card in hand is Duffy. No, the Voidwalker has been exiled to Grief. We don't know what's the last card in hand, but it seems not to be anything useful because they would have played it. Unless we've seen the Malaki rebirth, but I don't remember. I don't think so. I think it actually is Exile with the first Grief, and I was confused because I opened Exile instead of Look cards. We survive a Fury. Probably even win through it. What if you met Asma in real life and she insisted on you calling her by first name, like people named Timothy who refused to be called Tim? I would just say, hey, Asma rano mardikada isinaku dakar. How you doing? And it'll be this simple, bros. You could have might for moon, but you can't even use might to kill moon, so I guess we just done the sideboard. I don't see a great reason to. Alexand 1000, you're indeed right, damn. Maybe I would rather have Nile Spellbomb than Ether Spellbomb. And maybe the Shadow Spear, but... Okay, it's got 2 Riddlesmiths for a Shadow Spear and the second Nile Spellbomb. Actually, speaking of Python, there was a sketch about a forgotten German composer with an impossibly long name, and the entire sketch's premise was every time it was mentioned, they repeated his whole name. What does that have to do with Python? What kind of Python? Oh, Monty. Yeah, I remember that, seeing something like that somewhere. That probably was that. Monty Python. I also thought about the programming language Python. Did you ever watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail Kaneki? It is very pog. I did. It was relatively funny at times. One thing about Monty Python, though, that I found out is that oftentimes people laugh and say that it's very funny, but it's like not actually all that funny. It's somewhat funny. Only funny to an extent. And that's how I feel. I don't know if that's how others feel sometimes. It's because you're a millennial, okay. Could be. It's absurdist. Yeah. Well, I get it. I get that's like funny, absurd humor, but it sometimes feels, for example, dragged on, and it feels like the same joke is being overdone. Yeah, maybe it was more breaking through what's new. No, if I only had the second mana to play second Asmo here, I would just punish my opponent with the Vengevine so nicely, but they're like, oh no, not punished. Yeah, good for you. I'm not a millennial, I'm 12 years old. I don't believe you. Why is my opponent just passing? What they keep? Alright, let's infer. Their hand probably has more removal. It does not have Duffy Voidwalker. It probably does not have the scam cards, unless they have Fury, Scam, want to save. It does not have Grief, it does not have Thoughtseize. It does not have Lens. It could play Cyborg cards. Could have 3 drops, Seasoned Pyromancer, Hidetsugu consumes all, call against command. They were very happy to fire the push on this. It probably does not have Hidetsugu. It does not make sense. Two Grief or no Sztuczkis. Could be, I think I won't save Asma for summoning the creature. Could have Blood Moon. But yeah, I think I'm relatively safe from Hidetsugu. I don't know though. Well, you do know what it has, roughly, right? We just did some inferring, bro. If they were so happy to use the fail push immediately, odds are they don't have Hidetsugu, because then they probably would have waited. They don't have a play anyway, so they would have waited to. They would have waited until they see if they draw the third land to absolutely blow my pants off with Hidetsugu. I know that ultimate price, but I also literally don't care. I want my opponent to know that I have them. I was wondering where my Daredevil went, but it was destroyed by the Voidwalker. The stream is making me hungry. Oh, because the food tokens. Yeah, that's good. Maybe if I play, so they have EE, okay, minus X books. It's not great, but before Brotherhood's End, again, it didn't make sense for them to have a sweeper. If they just play in such an erratic way, not like I can do anything against Brotherhood's End, but it would be good to have the Titan now. This deck looks incredibly difficult to use. I don't know if it is. Oh, all 4 cookbooks in the graveyard neatly, one after the other. Very nice. It's maybe a bit difficult to use. I don't know. Sometimes it's difficult to do anything, but that's not because the cards are difficult to use, but rather different type of issue. Terminate the Emery, yes. I would like to draw a Mem Knight now. That would be, as they say, very pog. Maybe if we play 4 Springleaf drums, 6-0 draws, you can play Fod Monitor too. Or maybe Fod Monitor needs artifact lands to truly function. I don't know. Alright, we have nothing now. A Saga would be good to draw. Would Asma have been much better as a 2-4 instead of a 3-3? I think slightly better. Your books are cooked, opponent. Is cooking books mean... Is it like a term for something? It's pretty funny. Like some frauds. Would Asma have been better with hexproof? Yes. When you do tax fraud, you cook books. When you have cookbooks, damn. It's a good one. No, now the Mem Knight. It's too late. One day I will return the Vengevine. I don't think I want to crack foods now. Okay, close. Now we just need to discard. What does it tell when you have a better record on this deck than with good decks? It tells me that 1 league means nothing, but 10 leagues means a lot. Which is a good way to deflect. Have I tried Gruul Food yet? It looks interesting. It looks like the worst deck I've seen. I don't have any interest in it. Actually, I don't think I can discard a card because I don't have blue mana. Path of Peril. I said deflecting was the correct answer. Well, sometimes it is the correct answer, but sometimes it could be used to deflect a little bit. Alright, opponent, you won. Your cringe hand won. I have so many basics in this deck, so many fetches to get the basic, but I didn't get it. I am sad. Slightly. I keep turn 1 Armory. Broken. Manaless Dredge play, end step discard Asmora. You actually can't do that, right? Because you don't have priority anymore in your... because you have ended your turn. No Haywire for the moon. The thing is... currently in this deck... if I were playing 4 Springleaf Drums, then I think I would board them in... oh kurwa. Oh, we milled a Mem Knight, unfortunately, but... I got excited. The thing is, I don't have green mana under moon, so how will I Haywire my the moon? Still crazy for you that Emery got printed. Graveyard Recursion, Affinity for artifacts in the same card. Nuts. Yeah, it's so nuts. I could have seen their top card. Instead, I'm seeing the same card twice. I'm such a noob when it comes to using Mishra's Bubble Bros. Cockbook. Hedron Crab, okay. Mem Knight. That's actually really good. Because we can go... I'll probably go Riddlesmith. Mem Knight is better, right? Or do you go Crab, mill 6, fetch, cookbook, discard, Mem Knight? Well, I will return triple Vengevine, but we can also try to return the 4th one. Or we can have a Riddlesmith. Let's try to find a 4th one for the screenshot. Oh yeah, we only get 2, that's true. The Riddlesmith is so bad. Daredevil. No 4th one. Hope my opponent doesn't surgically extract me because I'll cry. Did you cut Riddlesmith from the updated list? Not yet, but it's pretty bad. No, don't play it. Okay. Got a 4-1 with this. If I were to play it next turn, I probably just wouldn't play Venge. Yeah, I probably just wouldn't play that. And then maybe you can play Dark Steel Citadel. And lands. Why they scoop? Fury Scam puts them ahead again. Maybe they didn't have a Fury or a Scam card in their hand, so they couldn't have drawn 2 cards in the single draw step. So I think to be closer to playable, this would be like an affinity with Vengevines. And then you can maybe have extra artifact creatures in the Highwire Mites. I don't know if they're generically applicable enough, good enough to fuel your Springleaf Drum and hate on some matchups. But you only cast Asmo with the Cookbook, which you only get with a Saga or Draw, or with the Shredder you can perform that, but it's a little bit hard to cast Asmo with Shredder because you need to cast 2 spells to begin with. And Salvage Titan should help reanimate Vengevines in spots where you're tied low on creatures, but you have the food tokens, which seem to happen. I don't know if it's good or not. Seems not very, but seems cool. No, I haven't played with this list. The mites probably need to be something else, I think. You'd have one mite in the main deck and deck wants Artificious Intuition. Probably doesn't. Discard an artifact card? No, you don't want to discard Vengevine. You can play Ornithopters. You can play the Affinity Thought Monitor. Once you play Springleaf Drum, right? Well, you do want to discard Vengevine. Well, it doesn't discard Vengevine, yeah, that's the problem. I mean, you can grab this cookbook and discard the Vengevine. So you can, I guess, you know, do that, but it's a 3 mana tutor. It's pretty expensive. Revive Greg Hatch's Salvage Titan deck. That one with the deck tech, that was a good deck tech. Anyways, that said, Twitch chatters. Is the mod from Bro. It's red mana to flashback. It's pretty bad, I think. I have to go though. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow I will do a short stream of vintage cubing before I leave for Christmas, and then I will not be streaming during Christmas times. Stay hydrated, and I'll see you tomorrow. You can watch Reed Duke streaming cube. It's assuredly going to be really, really, really fun. Take care.